T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields of bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh this world stops turning, as you hear the bodies burning. No more war pigs have the power, and as God has struck the hour, day of judgment, God is calling. On their knees, the war pigs crawling, begging mercies for their sins. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh Lord, yeah.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning. Good morning. Right off the bat, CPE's hit me up with the question of were 31 million shares returned late yesterday? I don't have that information as of right now. Let me just look at something real quick here. I don't know. So I'm gonna, I guess. I'm gonna ask where'd you hear it? I feel like I don't want to ask, but I'm gonna ask where'd you hear it? Uh, Carl's asking 2 weeks. Carl, you're kind of new to the channel. I don't know if you're aware of the running inside joke around here, but whenever somebody asks when we're gonna squeeze, it's 2 weeks. It's always 2 weeks. There's no change. 2 weeks is the answer. Let's see. Fish Killer saying 30 million return shares and 10% negative 10% SI. Wait a minute, where are we seeing that at? Hold on a second here. Where I don't know where we're seeing that at. You're gonna have to tell me, Fish Killer, where you're seeing that at, because I don't know where you could be getting that information from. But I won't have the information for you on Vortex data for another 10 minutes. So you got to give it till 6:20. Let me check Twitter though, or let me check Reddit. Actually, I'm gonna go Reddit first, because usually there's somebody on Reddit who will have posted something there. However, I will say this. I did tell you guys to expect to watch short interest drop and the amount of shares on loan drop drastically just before a big run up. And that's the reason for that is that they want to get as many shares off of the books, close out as much short interest as possible just before a run up. Now, I'm expecting to see some shares potentially maybe hit the books again. And that's stemming from us switching from the Russell 2000 to the Russell 1000. But I don't know that for a fact, and I'm still trying to look into that. So I'm not there yet, and that doesn't happen until the 24th, which is another 10 days from now. I'm not seeing anything posted, and I would assume that it would be everywhere if the idea was that we were at negative 10% short interest and 30 million shares having been returned. But we'll get that information, like I said, here in about 9 minutes. So just hold on a little bit, and I'll get it for you. Insider information from Kenny. From Twitter. All right, I'll go to Twitter. I can only imagine it's blowing up everywhere if that's the case. Let's see here. Okay, so the very first one that I run into, the short interest could have several reasons. Let's see here. I see two different postings. One showing 20% short interest for AMC. Okay, it's saying borrowed change 31 million shares, 31.61 million shares having been returned. I see it now. I see what it is. Changes from Monday, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I usually wait until 6:20 before I get actual numbers because the numbers do change. That's a pretty large changes from Monday, 7 a.m. though. It doesn't say Tuesday, it says Monday. So it's possible. It's very, very, very possible. Lenders. So this is part of what I was talking about yesterday in regards to shares that would be returned from the ETFs when there's a rebalancing of the ETFs. If it's going to show it, it's not going to show it when I refresh it here, Banana Source. So give it 7 more minutes, and let's take a look at the actual reported numbers. So it'll show up, but just give it just a few minutes. Yeah, this is one of the things that I was kind of considering that could be a possibility when those shares make it back from those ETFs, that they could sell them back into the market and those could be returned. But again, always remember that there's big drops in short interest and big drops in on loan amounts just before big price runs. And that's because they're trying to get as much short interest off the books as possible. If 30 million is all they could get out of the 100 and what are we at now? 190 million in shares that are on loan, and 30 is all they got. That's rough. That's gonna be rough on them because that's still 160 million shares that's gonna be on loan. Hey, Roadster guy, I'm glad you enjoyed that info from last night. Last night I was a part of a very small group of people who had asked uh, Darth Walt, who did a interview on DRSing shares with me a while back, and the facts about some of the information that the terms of service hold for your dealings with DRS, the fact that they're not a licensed broker. Um, there's a lot of different things that he kind of covers, and I do have a video that we did a long time ago together. And he was willing to come in and talk to a group of people because there has been some talk kind of going around. I'll tell you what, there was kind of an interesting realization last night I was having with a bunch of people, um, and it stemmed around the fact that there were specifically um, a couple periods of time I've seen DRSing shares pushed specifically 3 specific times so far, and it was funny because when we were talking last night, uh, the one of the things that was brought up was is that I'm trying to pull up the data here at the same time. There we go. That same thing was noted by Darth as well. He had 3 specific dates that he came up with. And I'm just going to pull cost to borrow. Oops, that's not good. Hold on a second. I'm going to pull up cost to borrow and show you guys. There's 3 specific periods of time I remember DRS being pushed on AMC holders. One of them, oh, man, I can't draw a straight line. One of them was somewhere between August and September, which is this time frame right in here. The second time that was pushed, it was just before March, which was right about here. And this last time, we're currently getting DRS kind of shoved down our throats right now. And what I want to note is that each time DRS has been pushed on retail investors, you've had a spike in on loan amount, and cost to borrow was rising, meaning that shares were hard to find. And this whole idea of DRSing your shares occurring right around the time that we've had hard to borrow periods of time tells me something very, very, very interesting. It's very convenient for DRS to kind of advertise or push their information out there to retail to get their shares off the books when it's hard to borrow, especially if they're lending shares. But these are tinfoil hat theories. I don't know for a fact that they are loaning the shares, but there's some very crazy evidence to consider. For example, that when I bought a single share through DRS, they gave me a partial share. And you can't own a partial share in your name. They are not a brokerage, which means that they're holding the share in their name. The actual full share they're holding in their name. If they're holding a bunch of partial shares in their name, that means they can do whatever it is that they want with it. And if they want to lend those shares, they're more than welcome to lend them. And so I think that's very kind of interesting that every time the cost of borrow has risen, DRS has been pushed upon the community. And it's too coincidental for me to not notice as part of the case. That was kind of a new piece of information that we kind of tied together just last night, actually. Bitcoin now at 22K. Let's take a look at Bitcoin here real quick. It did hit a low of 28.21. I had heard that there would be some margin calls at 21. I also saw a Twitter post from Unusual Wells, and the wording was extremely interesting from Unusual Wells. His specific wording for the matter was, oh sure, why does it want to search up on here? Let me pull it up so that way I'm not just trust me broing you guys. How far down do I got to go? How often does there it is? How often does this guy post? No, I know. Automated some of these. Let's see here. So in the past 24 hours, 272,029 crypto traders were liquidated, and I thought that was very interesting wording in regards to positions in cryptocurrency, Bitcoin specifically. It actually just says crypto traders. It doesn't say Bitcoin. Crypto traders were liquidated. The total liquidations come in at 1.27 billion. I think it's very, very interesting to say the word liquidated. Liquidated means a forced position changing. It's very liquidation period is a forced movement. I can't begin to tell you guys that when I've stressed to you guys no margin accounts, cash accounts only, is because when your broker is stressed and you're on margin, guess what? They will liquidate your accounts. So if you're in a margin account, this was part of the problem that I was trying to suggest that people avoid. You could be getting liquidated just because you are with a broker that no longer can afford to hold your margin for you. So congratulations, you may be in trouble now. You don't have your accounts anymore and they got liquidated. Here's your money. Goodbye. These whoever whoever these 272,000 people were that held Bitcoin, or any other cryptocurrency, because it does say crypto traders, it doesn't say necessarily Bitcoin, but whoever these 272,000 crypto traders were, just got liquidated, forced liquidation. I think that's very, very, very interesting, and I don't expect Bitcoin specifically to continue to end right here at 2821. My stopping point, I think, is around 19.5. I actually have the red line drawn out here at 1900. Actually, I'm going to move this up. I want 19.5. I think if it breaks past 1900, it could find a newer low somewhere between 10.5 and 1200. It just depends on whether or not it's going to find support here down at the 19.5 range. It does seem to be stalling out here a little bit, but yeah. All right, enough is enough. I went ahead and stalled out long enough talking about other things. So let me put on the glasses, spray them off, clean them off, and we'll take a look at the Ortex data. I knew the shenanigans were going to be strong overnight. They always love to do these shenanigans at the very end of the night when you're least expecting it. Alrighty, glasses are clean as I'm going to get them. Yep, look good. All right, let's do this. Let's take a look at our numbers. I'll take you guys over to the other page while I log into Fidelity. Give me just 1 second here. Do remember, guys, two-factor authentication may save you. I don't just say things just to say them. I try to warn you guys as much as possible, and they're not just always recommendations. Although it is your money and it's your choice, I try to be very careful about what it is I say and how I say it. Two-factor authentication might save you one day. You never know. Might take you a little bit longer to log into your brokerage account, but if you don't have it, you might want to consider getting it. It takes me a few extra seconds. Alrighty, now that I got you guys over here on this other page here, I'm going to shuffle a few things around and we'll take a look at our numbers here. I know this is going to just like, you guys are going to be like, I can't wait to see the data. I know, just give me a second. I'll get there. I will get there. Alrighty. Starting the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. Every single one of us got a price prediction tally point, I believe. We ended 1148. Where did my notes go? Hold on a second. I gotta open up my sticky notes. They disappeared on me. Price prediction tally points. I had 10.9 to 13.9. Eric had 10.9 to 13.9. Keto had 10.13 to 13.13, and Monty had 10.15 to 13.15. All of us earning a price prediction tally point. I will mention one last time. Oh my gosh, I lost my Excel data. Is not showing up on there either. What the heck is going on here? So many pages not showing. I guess the last one's going to be the institutional ownership. There we go. So let's put up the points there. Monty did win last week. Congratulations last time to him. starting out the new week with a tally point for every single person. Guys, this is just for fun. The price prediction is just us trying to stay sharp on predicting price and where we think it's going to go. It's not meant to be something to make a position off of by any means. We're just a bunch of dudes. One of these days we get a dudette in here. All right, moving down to short exempt volume. True Demons MOASS trigger indicator. This is kind of what I was expecting to see have happen because we had such high off exchange movement yesterday. I didn't expect to see as much short exempt volume as I think we would normally see from SSR being tripped, which is tripped for the day today. But short exempt volume did increase. It more than doubled. 264.8 thousand. Utilization. All right, here's the moment you guys have all been waiting for. Let's check it out. Wait, hold on a second. The suspense. 20.08 is the short interest of the free float, so it does appear that they did return some shares. It's currently saying shares on loan is 159.83 million. Utilization is 100%. So we have 100% utilization. That is day number, let's see here, 88. 88 straight days of 100% utilization. And we'll take a look at some of that data here on Ortex here in just a minute. We'll see how that charts out and what it looks like. We'll see what kind of shares they returned. Were they new shares or old shares? And that'll be easy to tell. Be super, super, super easy. Moving on to day over day price increase. We had a, hold on a second. A decrease of 7.64%. And moving on to off exchange. Final numbers in the off exchange yesterday was 54.35 and the EDGX was 11.97. Adding those two values up together, we get a total of 66.32% of the volume was traded through the off exchange as of yesterday. That's about 2.32% higher than what we're used to seeing. And considering the SSR was tripped, normally it's lower than the average, not higher. So definitely price discovery being hidden through the off exchange. Taking a look at that Ortex data, I already read off most of everything. We'll take a look at that here in just a minute. Moving to the top right hand side of the screen, let's take a look at institutional share ownership and refresh that. Let's see where we're at. 190.052. It's the same value as it was yesterday, no change. 190.052 million shares owned by institutions. Max pain was $16 yesterday. I expect it to be maybe $15.50. Maybe 15. Let's go 15. I think 15. Guessing. Nope, still 16 today. $16 is max pain for the day today. And moving down to those options, let's take a look at those. At an $85 strike price, there was 44.7 thousand contracts yesterday. There's now 45.2, a little bit of an increase there for lottery ticket losers. Highest amount of open interest on the calls is at a $20 strike price. Yesterday that was 37.4 thousand contracts. Today it's 37,000 contracts, which means some positions were closed out. On the puts, highest amount of open interest was at a $13 strike price. There was 21.5 thousand contracts. There's now 21.3. So a little bit of a drop in that as well. And the market kind of suggesting that a end of the week, in open interest anyways, at the end of the week that we would have, let's see, maybe like a $16.50 closing price, which is very, very close to what max pain is, 16. All right, what you've all been waiting for. Moving over to Vortex and taking a look at what's going on there. There's your utilization at 80. What is it? What are we at? 88 straight trading days. Yeah, 88 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. The returned shares on loan amount dropping massively. Remember, this is very, very, very usual for just before a big run up. Very common. Dropping from 190.32 down to 159.83. But let's take a look at on loan average age per day. If they've returned shares, if they're really old shares, this number will drop massively. If they're really newer shares that they returned and not older shares, this number will drive up massively. So it depends on which way it goes. If they're average age loans, it may not do a whole lot of anything. So this is going to be the big determining factor right here is on loan average age per day. It went down. That means they returned older loans. They went from 82.51 down to 75.11. Some of our biggest price increases come when they get their oldest loans off the books. This number is my biggest indicator for knowing when we have a big price increase coming. We just had a massive drop in one day. We went from 82.51 down to 75.11. This is not a bad thing, guys. I know it looks like it's bad, but if you understand and you look back at the previous history and what things happen with the numbers, you have to understand that this is actually a really good thing on our part. This tells us that in the future, we're gonna, when we find a bottom on this number, we're gonna be seeing within 15 business days a massive increase in price. Taking a look at exchange reported short interest of the free float. Oops. That dipped from the 22.42 that we had to 20.08. So we're still above 20%. I know that's usually a number that people just love to look at. I don't really take it into as much consideration as most, but the exchange reported short interest is the amount of estimated exchange reported short interest. Hold on a second here. Exchange reported. Where is it at? Vortex. Oh, here we go. They're dropping that number from 115 down to 103. So they're basically saying of the 30 million shares that were returned, only less than 15, so 12 million shares of it was short interest. So not a whole lot of it was short interest in comparison to the the whole 30. Almost basically 1/3 of it. Most of it was really old loans. Security lending volume spiked. They took out short-term loans. That may be where they came from in order to pay those off. The spiking of the security lending volume was 35.52 million. That may be where it came from. They may have done a very short-term loan in order to pay those off. This is very, very common just before a run-up. Very, very common. I can't even, let's see if I can get rid of all this junk on here. Security lending volume right here. Big spike. 35.52. Now let's take a look at one more number, and it's going to show us returned shares. Hold on a second, let me find it. On loan returned 33. That's it. That's where it came from. On loan returned was 33, but they've borrowed a short-term loan of 35.52 million shares. That's where it came from. It didn't come from them finding these shares on the market. It came from them taking out a very short-term loan. The reason they do these short-term loans is because they expect price to rise, and they're going to use those shares to either help them to earn money off the price rise or pay off loans that are on the books that they got to get off the books before price goes up. One of the two. And it looks like they used part of it for security lending, or to pay off the loans that they had, the really old loans. That's the answer. They took out a loan to pay off a loan. They took out a very short-term loan to pay off of a loan that was older loans that they had on the books. Remember, guys, I can't read what it is you're writing until I get back in the bus on the page here. AMC yesterday, we were in 15th with 81% buys and 19% sales. And GME was like 24th. They slipped down to 27th. 66% buys to 34% sales. Not looking bad there. Good buy to sell ratios. Like it. Trigger price for SSR today is $10.33. Shares available to borrow are very low. Looks like they've returned some shares last night, started borrowing a few more shares. Let's see, we got 10,000 there, and then an additional 5,000. So 15,000 shares out of the available. Let's see what out of the ETFs they've borrowed. Let's see here. I'm going to round this up just very, very slightly to 500,000 shares being borrowed for the day-to-day. Yesterday it was 650,000 shares, so very similar number. Fees are at 18%. 369.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 4.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 78.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 132.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Looks like the eastern side of the world, a little bit of mixed reviews. Some markets down. The ones that were down were only down by about 0.5% or less. The markets that were up by about 1%. Some of them not so much. It looks like the Hang Seng was actually traded sideways. We'll see. Mixed reviews how the market's going to turn out today based off of what happened off the eastern side of the world. Let's see. IWM is down 0.04. Tesla is up 0.45. Amazon is up 0.78. Cinemark is up 0.96. Doge is up 1.6. Bitcoin is down 2.6. GameStop is down 0.64. HYMC is down 2.38. Hood is down 1.11. NCMI is down or is trading sideways. AMC is up 1.39%. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had roughly around $3 million more of inflow than outflow, and a total volume of 32.68 million shares traded for the day today, yesterday, for the day today, rather. And yesterday, our total volume was, let's see here, 27.6 million shares, and I suggested 45 to 65 in pre-market, which was way, way off. Super amounts of low volume, and you could see actually somebody I saw last night mentioned on Twitter that market makers were not making the market yesterday, and they had slowed down volume intentionally, and I think we saw that. I had mentioned it yesterday as well, that they were not. The market had just ceased to continue to trade. With these shares having been injected into the market, this 30 million shares that we've just seen returned, I can guarantee you we're going to see a little bit more movement now. It's probably going to flow a little better. But yes, volume for the morning this morning is at 32.73 thousand shares so far. On the weekly, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.51, which is below average. On the daily, we have more. This one's a tough one. More selling pressure than buying pressure, just slightly, with an RSI of 41.59, which is below average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.83, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.33, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with RSI of 43.18, which is just below, slightly below average. That's everything in a nutshell. This is me in a nutshell. I'm bullish. I'm very, very bullish on the information that I just read off to you guys, and I think it all makes complete sense. So I'm not too worried about it. I don't think you should be either. Let's see here. So yeah, it's not the rebalancing. We actually just saw what it was. It was shares, short-term shares that were borrowed. Morning, Xanax. Welcome to the show. Manji, I don't know. CPE, it's your money, it's your choice. I can't tell you what to do. Dan, they borrowed shares to return shares. Trying to go through. I don't normally go backwards and see what you guys wrote, but I knew there's going to be a lot of people. None of this makes a lot of sense. Okay, if you have questions, Dan, feel free to ask. I would love to try to explain whatever it is that you're not understanding. And Duncan just actually did a really good job of it, saying it's like using a credit card to pay off another one. That's exactly what it's like. They borrowed more shares to get rid of shares that were on the books. And not only that, you could see that they borrowed more than what they had returned, which means that they're planning on doing something with the additional shares that they borrowed. Jay says, yeah, 2 weeks, man. That's not correct, Nosa. And yeah, that's not correct. I don't think I'm doing it wrong. And I can tell you that whoever just tried to do that recently floundered it incredibly poorly. You don't just add up all the 13 D's and G's to get the accurate institutional ownership. You have to subtract out. A lot of the information in there that is double reported. 13 D's and 13 F's are actually included in that. A lot of people are making a mistake of double counting things. So Fintel does a very good job of already doing that for you. You don't have to do anything other than just clicking on their main page and seeing exactly what institutional share ownership is. They do it for you. You don't even have to do it. They calculate it out for you. According to TD, they can actually use synthetics to cover. Is that true? That is not true. They cannot use synthetic shares to cover actual share. There's a difference between covering and closing. Anybody who says that covering is the case, that is incorrect. They have to have real shares in order to cover. Um, did they cover those 30 million with real shares or synthetics? That is not a covering. Well, first off, as I just showed you, Maggie, the total amount of shares that were actually positions that were closed in short interest was only about 12 million shares. So it wasn't the full 30 million. The 30 million was mostly 2/3 of it was mostly on loan amounts, and those loans were closed with a loan. The other 30% of it was short interest, and they closed the positions. They did not use synthetic shares to do this. They borrowed shares to close those positions, and um, yeah, I mean they're still borrowing shares. But synthetics cannot be used to close positions or cover. Is cost to borrow at 83%? Let me check something out here. I mean, you guys are seeing it on the page, and I'm not. Usually, cost to borrow doesn't show up until later in the morning, Caitlin, and I'm not seeing it right now because I'd have to update Ortex, and I usually don't update it again until a half hour after market opens. I can. I don't have a problem trying to refresh now, but yeah, I'm still not getting a reporting on cost to borrow yet, according to Ortex. And usually you don't see that information even pop up until much closer to open. Tammy says, Casey, have you heard anything about this? The board of directors approval of two to three bonus share issue is subject to approval of shareholder of the company. Um, oh, okay. You were joking, Nosa? I can't tell, man. It's text. It's funny now that you say you're joking. Yeah, it's funny to me. Like I can laugh now. It's way more funny. It's way more funny now that I know it was a joke. Uh, that's just playing right over my head. I don't know that I understand the question, Tammy, but I'm gonna just go ahead and say no, that I have not heard about that because I'm not even sure what that is that you're talking about. Duncan, as far as where shares come from for man, why do I always forget the name of it? Hold on a second here. Security lending volume. I don't specifically. I know that there's companies that do those transactions, and I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember the name of one of them, and I can't. It's not coming to me right off the top of my head, but um, I don't know where. I don't know how that exactly works, but I don't think that's where those shares came from. Just because of the security lending volume being up so high. But I do expect there to be a overage of shares when we move from the Russell 2000 to the 1000. And that has to be done by the 24th. Peter says, do you think 75 points tomorrow will bring this to an end? Not necessarily. Thank you, American Trader. That's correct. You only count the latest date. But Nosa was kidding. Yeah, you don't. That is so correct. Yes, sir. They use synthetic shares to pass interest and costs around. Real shares have to be used. They can't use synthetic shares for alterations to the data. I think there may be other ways to nah, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, if that were the case, Caitlin, then we have limitless amount of shares available, and cost to borrow would never rise. If what you're truly saying is correct, cost to borrow would never ever rise because there's an infinite amount of liquidity that can be created. So cost to borrow would just never rise because the amount of inflated amount of shares that are out there that are in existence would cause that to just stay super low forever. So costs and interest rates, in order for those to actually change, you have to have a finite amount of uh, availability of actual real shares. Synthetics cannot be used to close positions. They cannot. I will repeat this. I will adamantly stand on this hill and tell you that you cannot close positions with synthetic shares. It is impossible. In order for a transaction to be completed, real shares have to be moved around from institution to institution. Yes, loans closed with a loan. Holy crap, I'm way behind. Way behind. Hold on a second, I'm trying to catch up. I had no idea I was this far behind. Stop listening to these clickbait YouTubers. Yes, I agree with Monty. Jeff says, Casey, I'm worried about Biden mentioning about doubling down on his policies, knowing that he was completely wrong. Won't the terrible situation force the squeeze? I see double bottom coming into the nines. We'll have to see, man. I mean, I really don't know whether or not we'll break 10. All I know is that it's going to place a large amount of stress on institutional holdings of AMC if they get a haircut. I can only imagine how much stress that's going to add. I got that. So Dan's, you got that part. So I guess what part don't you understand, Dan? Yes, Caitlin, and I can show it to you. How to tell the difference between synthetic shares and real shares? Most synthetic shares are all held by brokerages, and they know which ones are real and which ones are fake. Brokers don't trade synthetic shares. They sit inside their house. Imagine you have um, imagine you had a lemonade stand. Maybe this is a good way to explain it. Imagine you had a lemonade stand, and um, you were getting money for you were getting orders for and people were paying you with credit. So you're collecting this credit, and you have all this credit in your for your lemonade sitting in. You're passing out real lemonade, but you're collecting credit, and you don't actually have real money yet because you have to go to the banks in order to get the real money. But you're just collecting the credit, and you're just holding on to the credit, and so owed you're owed for a certain amount of lemonade that's been paid for, but you don't actually you don't take that credit and go pay with that credit someplace, right? You can't take because I paid you. If I paid you for your lemonade with a credit card and you haven't actually gone to that bank for that person to get that money, right? And you're just holding on to the credit line, you actually have to go to the bank and get that money to make it worth something. But if you have that credit, you can't just go and start spending that credit. You actually have to collect on the credit in order for you to be able to spend it. So all of our brokerages have this credit online in the back, but they're still dealing with real money at the same time. So they have real hard-earned money, which is shares, right? We're talking about shares here. The hard-earned money is real shares, right? And that's what's being traded back and forth to buy their inventories. But in the back, in the house, they have a credit line that they've stored up, and they're not collecting on it. They're not collecting until they have to collect on it. They're just letting it sit in the back. The American Trader says I had a lemonade stand when I was a kid, but I sucked at it, drank all my supply. What did Tammy say? Money, that's why I came to a reputable source to ask questions with my bib on. Oh, man. Yeah, I know, man. Spoon feeding. But it's a good thing we figured it out together, though, right? We figured out where the 30 million shares came from. It's not a mystery anymore. It's really simple. Here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Let's see what that's going to be. We had 34,000 shares going into this minute. So far, that volume is going to at least double it. That's at 46,000 shares so far. Things like that, guys, I understand, right? Like not everybody has access to Ortex data, and I understand why there's confusion. You're seeing a lot of information and nobody's there to explain it. I get that. That makes sense to me. But when you can look up this stuff for your own, when somebody comes out here and tells you that the complete amount of shares or dang near the complete amount of shares in institutional ownership is full, that's something you can look up on your own. You don't even, and it takes you like less than 20 seconds to look it up. Less than 20. I bet you I can look it up in less than 10 seconds. But that's one of those things where I expect, like, like, come on, guys. Like, literally just take a 10 seconds of your life to figure out the real answer and then say, like, yeah, that's a bunch of noise. But when we have 30 million shares on Ortex that shows that they've been returned, and we have to try and figure out where that came from. Not everybody has an Ortex subscription. I get it. Like not everybody understands how this stuff works. So that I don't mind providing information for. That's legitimate, and that's kind of legitimate information that just not everybody can get a hold of. Uh, yes, Tulip. That should be the case. If you're, this is the reason why some people experience a very long period of time that it takes for them to transfer from one brokerage to another, is that real shares should have to be transferred when you go from one broker to another. I can't imagine any brokerage saying, "Yeah, sure, I'll take on your credit." They're gonna look at the other broker and say, "Go F yourself. I'll do this. I'll take on this person's you give me the shares and then I'll take on this person's debt that you owe them." So yeah, real shares have to be moved with you. This could lead you, Tulip, to go down a line or a thought of process that may make you think of a way to do something that would actually make something happen. And I would just encourage you to remember that participation in this community is really vital in order to get things to happen. And we don't have a very good level of participation. So you got to remember, um, I'm not really sure where your thought process is going, but I can see the gears turning. And I think I understand where it is you may be going with that. And I've had the same thought before. And so I just want to say, like, trying to get everybody to do something, good luck. We had an opportunity to truly figure out how many shares in existence we had and couldn't do it. So I really just want to state real quick here, our Pokey Stick of volume was 46,000 shares. We had like 30 something thousand shares going into it, so it put us at less than 85,000 shares for the day. So I'm going to go 2040 on volume for the day today. Low volume. Let me refresh. Yahoo Finance was 412. I think yours says 350. I'm not sure what's that is in reference to. I'm flying so fast here on questions, I've already forgotten what we were talking about. But I just refreshed Cost to Borrow, or I just refreshed Ortex, and Cost to Borrow hasn't updated yet. Pro Jeweler says they store all the synthetic shares in the back of the big tramp. Baby's got back, but I don't know if she's got that much back. That's a lot of shares. Ooh, Caitlin, that sounds rough. That's Why do I keep falling behind here? Uh, what do you think about doing a live call today to Ortex and asking their official route of estimating short interest? Um, uh, Jim Dandy to the rescue tomorrow. Yeah, right. With how many basis points do you think they're going to increase it, Einstein? Um, what do you? I don't know, Caitlin. I mean, let me ask you this question. How is it going to help you to know how they calculate? Well, first off, they more than likely, because they have changed this. I don't know if you noticed or not. I'll pull it up over here so you can see it. But I do want you to just see here that they've changed. They used to just say estimated short interest of the free float right here. And now it says Ortex's estimated short interest of the free float. This change happened within the last couple months. They now have registered this as a calculation of their own, which means it's proprietary, which means that they're probably not going to tell us. Number one, number two, how is it going to help you? How does it help you to know, excuse me, how they're calculating short interest? I don't really think it's going to help you. And understanding why or how they're summizing to a certain value, it's just not going to be of any benefit. I am a huge proponent on value added movement. I don't like wasting my time doing things. I don't like rearranging furniture more than once. There's no value added. Just so you can look at it and say that furniture looks good in this position, but you'd think it looked better in this position. Nah. Go write it down on a piece of paper and make it look good first, and then I'll move everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just no value added in moving the furniture multiple times. I've had a little bit of luck, on the up spikes. SFT. No, it's hmm, all right. I don't really want to go way into it, but let's just say that I think I've narrowed it down to JP Morgan, doing some transactions afterwards. I've got an email out to JP Morgan to discuss, or see if they're willing to make a statement on it. But I'm going to stop right there though, because anything beyond that is going to be just kind of me theorizing what it could potentially be. But I think I've narrowed it down to JP Morgan making after-hour trades, using a trading exchange that is off exchange, meaning it's not supposed to really affect. It's a Fintel exchange called EDA, and there's only one participant, and that only participant is JP Morgan. So I think they're the ones who are doing some type of testing on some trading, and that's probably about as far as I'm going to go. Einstein's saying 50 basis points. Tammy, Casey, are you from the part of the? I'm in Austin, Texas. Tammy, I don't mind saying where I'm from, and I don't know what that heat index advisory is. I haven't heard about it, but that is because most of my time is spent on researching AMC stuff. So if I'm under a heat advisory, I'm just gonna say this: I'm inside. I'm not going anywhere. So in 1 month, Redbox is up 430%. So times that by institutional ownership, you can see how much money they made off of it. CPE, I think you had a stroke. I see the finished part of your comment. Hold on, let me get to it. They changed policy. Well, if they added a longer time delay, lets you see how long the price will go down before and after. It's 15. It's always 15 days though. We're always delayed by 15 days, one way or the other. Um, and I can tell you right now that they're not time delayed. They use their formulas based off of trading that occurs same day, because they're updating their number every single day. So I don't think there's any delay in their reporting from a daily amount. It's just a time delay based off of the 15 days um, that is actually reported by institutions. So yeah, I don't think that's going to be value added. Okay, Ortex aren't real numbers, just projected and reported by others. I'm not sure in regards to, yes, it's a lot of the numbers are self-reported numbers. And I know this. I understand that they're just, and I know they're not complete, but it still helps you to understand the big picture about what's happening. And to ignore those numbers would be to basically, I'll say this, and this is going to piss off a lot of people. If you don't understand Ortex data, to say that it's irrelevant because it's not fully reported data makes you an idiot. It just means that you don't understand the data, and you refuse to understand it because you can't make sense of it. And if I'm calling somebody in this play that I know and personally know, I'm not going to apologize. You're just being an idiot. Just because you don't understand the Ortex data does not mean that it's helpful information. It's extremely helpful information. You can comprise a lot of information about what's happening based off of partial reporting. For example, when they do polls for polling for voting, how much data do you think they actually collect before they tell you their polls? I'll tell you something very interesting. It doesn't take much data for them to report and give you an answer as to what the final results are going to be. It's like under 10%. So the fact that we're getting 75% of the data or 85% of the data here is a huge amount of data. And it's just people who discount Ortex are people who just don't understand Ortex or don't want to pay for it. They're either cheap or they don't understand. One of the two. It's going to be hot here today, Tammy. Man, please tell me the power is not going to go out too. Yes, Lost Pro, I can show those. Let me pull it up. Let's just take a look at on loan amount first. And let's narrow down the data here just a little bit so that you can see the drops in some of these values. Here, before the run up in January, the amount of shares on loan was 60.11 and dropped down to about 54.4. It doesn't seem like a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but it did drop. Let's move over to June's run up. It had a high. There was two dips on this one, right? It had a high of 155, did one initial dip to 145, went all the way back up to 153, and then had a massive dip before down to 124. As these numbers get bigger and bigger and bigger, the drops become bigger and bigger and bigger. That's on loan amount. Let's take a look at short interest. Oops, that's the wrong one. Well, actually, that's not a bad one to look at. Look at the amount of short interest that dropped just before the run up in January. It was at an all-time high of 66.91 of the free float, and it dropped down to 22.98. The date that it dropped down to was about a month before, December 31st. Let's see. Then you move over here. The dip before the June run up started April 15th, and the next reported date, remember this is every 15 days, was April 30th. So somewhere between those dates is when so that's the reported, right? So that's going to be every 15 days. If you want like to see something a little more like on a daily basis where the drop started to occur, this is based off of, again, Ortex's estimated share interest of the free float. Here's a massive drop in short interest right here, where it went from 72.62 short interest all the way down to 24.8 by the December 31st, so basically a month before. And here for the June run up, short interest was 23.61 and dropped down to about 17.79, but like days before the run really started happening, 2 days before it hit a bottom. But I want to tell you this because I've researched this data a lot. I mean, I've really poured over this information quite a bit, and none of those pieces of information are something that we should continuously watch as a huge indicator that it's going to be. I'm telling you right now that if you want an indicator that shows you when price is going to really start taking off, like indicator that flags like 99% of the time. I've seen it over and over and over and over and over with this play, is on loan average age per day. When this number starts to dip and when it finds a bottom, that's going to be your indicator as to when price is going to start rising. There was only one or two instances where this did not happen with AMC. You can see one of them kind of right here, and that's because shares were the share pool was diluted. This number will drop when shares are injected into the market. Why? Because they use those shares to close positions. And so when they close positions, you're going to have a drop in this on loan average age per day, as you're seeing this one right here, where there's a big drop in this number and no substantial change. But massive drop in on loan average age per day before the January run up, and not so massive right here, but still a drop right here before the June run up. One thing I always like to stress about this particular indicator is that it's not about the size of the drop. It really isn't. Um, and I'm not really sure how to. Well, for example, this drop right here that you have before January. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but in December of 2020, AMC actually sold shares into the market, and that was part of the reason why this number dropped. But it also dropped due to other reasons as well. So the drop on this number was much more bigger because you had shares being injected into the market, and then you also had squeeze play happening with GME that all occurred at the same time, which caused failure to delivers, which caused them to have to close positions just before a price run up. So this drop ended up being much bigger looking than this drop, and yet the price grows way more on this one. Well, again, here's another interesting fact too. Shares were injected into the market on June 1st and June 2nd. Look at how big this drop is right here. You can see the drop right here, and you can also see the price rose. But yeah, this is a much better indicator to look at and more reliable, the on loan average age per day, than on loan amount or short interest over time. But that's just because I went through every single indicator that Ortex has, looking for some kind of commonalities to price movement, and the only indicator that repeats itself over and over and over repeatedly and gives great predictions to within 15 days of a price run up is on loan average age per day. That's it. Nothing else gives it as more regularly as a flag. And we've just had like a pretty big run down on this number. Monty, 1079 to 1379, got you down. Thank you, sir. Oh man, I'm getting behind on you guys. Gus says, "Okay, Casey, you pissed me off now." I don't know how I pissed you off. Sorry. Oh wait, hold on a second. My wife says because I'm calling people idiots. I just don't think that it's fair. I don't think it's fair for somebody to sit there and say, "Oh, this data is only partially reported, so it's crap data." That's just you don't understand it. Try to understand the data, and then maybe you'll understand why it's important. Peter Jefferson, nice comment. Hey, you're ooh, I'm gonna I'm gonna completely destroy this name, but let me try. Cabasa de Fogo. Wow, I think I actually did that right. Cabasa Defo, like that's legit, probably one of the hardest names that I've read in a while, and I think I may have gotten that right. Cabasa de Fogo, you're welcome. The American Trader says even Kramer has relevant data as long as you do the opposite. No, no joke. Caitlin, I, I don't, my time, I don't know. I can't do that. I think it's funny. If you're doing it to be funny, that's cool. But yeah, no, and I don't think you're a criminal or terrorist. I haven't even looked, Jules, at what I think price is going to go to today. I'm not there yet. I normally do a price prediction about 15 minutes before market opens. But I would never, ever, ever place any kind of value in what I say for a price prediction or anybody else who puts a price prediction on this channel. It doesn't, because honestly, it really doesn't matter. We're not in this for daily price movements. We're in this for the long run. But I will say this, we're tied to the market right now. Whatever the market's going to do is what we're going to do. Ah, yes. But those trends are so important, Silver Surfer. That's exactly the entire point that I'm trying to make. Those trends are crucial into understanding what it is that's happening. If I just told everybody that short interest was 20% today when it was 22% yesterday, and you had no idea why 30 million shares were returned, um, then you're just left with your thumb up your butt, wondering, going, I don't know what this is. And people draw conclusions that are inaccurate when you can actually use the Ortex data to find out where it came from. And that's the key, right? Trends or no trends, you need to understand where the numbers are moving to and from, and making sense of that. Yo says, Casey, is it fair to say brokers created more of a mess than the hedgies? I'm gonna go with no. I think the brokers are having to deal with the back end of the mess that the hedgies created. Gus says 86% odds of what's going to happen is huge. I agree. A lot of people make guesses off of 10% numbers. So, having in poker, if you're 60-40 on a win, that those are great odds. And you're telling me I got 86% odds of seeing what's going on? I'll take it. I will take 86% any day of the week. That is a huge amount of data and gives you amazing insight as to what's happening. Who cares? It doesn't matter, Silver Surfer. You can't discount the trends. And the trends are what's incredibly valuable information. Understanding truth and knowledge is really what gives us the answers to what it is. Otherwise, everything else is just FUD, right? I just destroyed so much FUD today in the first 30 minutes of this live stream by understanding where those shares came from. That borrowing of shares to pay borrowed shares is what happened today. I destroyed in 30 minutes, and I actually destroyed the FUD in 10 minutes. But because I had to wait for the reporting of the data till 20 minutes into the live stream. So in 10 minutes period of time, I destroyed an entire day's worth of FUD, maybe even a week's worth of FUD if nobody had figured it out. But I can almost guarantee you this, Silver Surfer, nobody else has probably figured this out yet. And you're probably hearing it here first. And every single person in this community who comes up with this answer that loaned shares were what caused them to return shares is going to come probably from me. Not necessarily 100%, but I almost guarantee you that every single person that's going to report in the future that these were borrowed shares to return shares is going to come from this source. And I've just destroyed so much FUD. It's not even funny. The American Trader says, "Are you ready for Beavis and Butthead's new movie?" Earth sucks. I can't wait. The only problem, the American Trader, is I don't have a subscription to what is it, Paramount Plus or something like that, or whatever the hell it is that it's going to release on. That's not movie theaters. Stupid. Why would they only release to some stream? Oh man, they did such a disservice to Beavis and Butthead. I'd have gone and seen that in the movie theater in a heartbeat. The front of the tramp is covered in FUD. That's because I'm mowing it down. Oh, Silver Surfer, that's so untrue, man. It's so untrue. You need to go take a statistics class and understand that you can actually draw very good conclusions off of incomplete data. So yeah, that's not factually correct at all. What you're saying is not correct. You can draw very strong conclusions from incomplete data sources. Well, I'll tell you what, Silver Surfer, we can agree to disagree. I don't expect everybody to agree with everything it is that I say, and that's fine. But the fact of the matter is that you can't deny the fact that I just proved that 30 million shares or 35 million shares were borrowed to pay off 30 million shares. And the only way that I got that information was through Vortex. You can't deny that. Let me pull up and see if we've got any AMC reporting so far this morning on news. Forbes is saying GameStop and AMC shares fluctuate amongst volatile market with an impending short squeeze predicted. Let's see what Forbes is saying here exactly. So the first thing, son of a gun, I got paywalled here, I think. Maybe not. Hold on a second. So they go into describing everything that's happened so far. And I don't really see, I don't think they say why. I won't I won't I won't stop defending incomplete data. It's still data, and you can't ignore incomplete data. It's still data. If I show you, let me give you example, Silver Surfer. If you sit here and tell me that I'm not an AMC owner, and I show you one of my accounts and not all three, am I not still an AMC owner? Because you would have a very hard time refuting the fact that I just showed you one of my three accounts. And you would have to acknowledge the fact that I am truly indeed an AMC owner. So you can draw conclusions from incomplete data, even though you're only getting part of it. And I'm only showing you 1/3 of my total positions. But that's the point that you have to realize is that there's plenty of information when you're getting 85% of it data. That's them basically showing you um, over 3/4 of their total amount of accounts. You're like, that's not right though. It's not all of it. We should just discount it. It's not everything. It's not full. Cuddygut says, "Good morning. I keep hearing other people saying that there are less and less shorts available to borrow to short, but aren't there a lot of shares borrowed that are not shorted?" Yes, that is correct. Let's see here. Keep an eye on WTI crude. It's peaking and soon will crash, driving the market higher. And then Duncan's saying, as long as it's consistent in its inconsistency, analysis is still best guess based on available data. Oh shoot! You know what, Duncan? I realized just now that you had sent me like a ton of messages yesterday, and I forgot to look on them. I had a meeting last night with meeting of the minds, and completely forgot. Forgive me, Duncan. I'll take a look at that here in just a little bit. I just remembered about it. I apologize. Good morning, MB. Oh man, I hate when I get paywalled by some of Forbes especially. Let me see if I can find what it is that they're saying in this article. Good morning, Keto. Coinbase to cut 1,100 jobs and turmoil in crypto markets. Reuters. Yep. Like I said yesterday, notice that those aren't the jobs lost that I was talking about before, with people packing up their belongings into boxes and walking out of the front of the door of the company. But that's starting to step in the right direction. Cuddycut says, so if there's a large number of shares not currently shorted, I'm not sure if I understand that very first part of that. A large number of shares not currently shorted. I don't. What do you meaning? You're meaning if there's more shorting of availability, like if they can continue to short further, because they're not shorting shares. Doesn't that mean that hedgies have the ability to keep shorting when the narrative is they are running out of shares to borrow? There has been instances, and I would point you to GME, where the amount of shorting that has occurred was substantially higher than available shares to borrow. So shorting can continue to happen beyond availability of shares to borrow. And that's actually part of the problem that hedge funds run into is that when they short beyond available shares to loan and then shares don't become available to buy, that's where you get price discovery. So in terms of elasticity on a balloon, like when they say that there's uh, infinite liquidity, there's 100% infinite liquidity, but the balloon can only grow so large before popping. They can still keep blowing, but the balloon's already done popped. so that's actually the conclusion of what it is that you're trying to say is there infinite liquidity? Yes. But the other part to that conclusion is that it's not, the balloon only has so much elasticity before it pops. And they can continue to print and print and print and print, but it will pop eventually. They can't continue to do something like this over and over. It becomes costly. There's a lot of different factors involved that make put limitations on how much inflation. There is no limitation on how much inflation can occur, but there is limitations on how much can be supported. Let me take a break, guys. Give me just a second here, though. There was something else I feel like there was one other thing I wanted to put up before I left. What was it? A little bit later today, guys, we're going to do a shareholder vote. 2 days left. Today and tomorrow are the last days to vote on the shareholder topic. So um, I'm going to do the. I think I'm going to do the final presentation tomorrow. Or I could split it up and do half of it today and half of it tomorrow, depending on what you guys want to see. I've kind of covered the back half of the proxy, and I don't know that there's necessarily anything in there that I really want to kind of specifically touch on. But I mean, ultimately, I guess what it comes down to is you guys are going to have to decide whether or not you want to support the pay structure. There's a report from Ortex about return shares. Let's check it out. I like Ortex. I see the post, but they don't even state why. All they're saying here, oh, wait, I didn't see all this. Hold on. Okay, so how many shares can be returned compared to yesterday's volume? And it says, in order to be returned, shares must either be purchased or settled or borrowed and either held or relent without being sold. Shares purchased on Friday will not settle until today. Shares on loan has been increasing faster than short interest for several weeks, so it is likely that the bulk of the 30 million shares returned yesterday had not been sold short. Wow. They have the data and they're not even drawing the conclusion. Utilization remains 100% despite a large return of shares. The shares may have been recalled by the lender and have not been made available for further lending. This is actually kind of shocking that Ortex has not pieced the puzzle together. You heard it here first, and Ortex hasn't even pieced the puzzle together yet. All right, so check this out. How do you keep 100% utilization while returning 30 million shares? It's because you still have lendable shares. I drew this out a really long time ago. Let me show you how this works. We hit 100% utilization at a very specific point in time. I really can't believe that Ortex isn't even figuring this out themselves. Do you see the spike in here? The day before we hit 100% utilization, there was a total of basically 70 million shares, 69.97 million shares that were lent on a short-term loan, and those have to be accounted for when it comes to amount of utilization, because those are utilized shares. So utilization shot up from the previous day. Utilization was 82.08, and it shot up to 100%. Well, guess what? This was the kitchen sink that we were talking about for so long. When is the kitchen sink going to get thrown at us? And we haven't seen that. We still have not seen that kitchen sink. Now, they just borrowed 35.52 million shares and returned 30 of them, and our utilization remains 100%. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the reason that utilization is still at 100% is because they're still just loaning shares to pay off loans. They're still being utilized. They're not being actually returned. They're just being kind of shifted around because they're moving them from one credit card to another credit card, so to speak. And Ortex isn't even drawing this conclusion because for whatever reason they're not seeing it. But that's the only way this happens. You have 100%. You have a drive up in utilization because you had 70 million shares that were borrowed on February 7th. The same thing happened with GME as well. You can go over and look at GME. And it's not just GME and AMC. I actually found some other stocks as well that did the same exact thing. But if you go back and you look at utilization for GME, same exact thing occurred. Security lending volume was extremely high during that period of time. Where is utilization? There we go. There it is. There's your spike at the same exact time. Utilization for GME drove up from 86.48% to 100% after they borrowed 7.5 million shares. And utilization, even though they may have returned a bunch of shares yesterday, which actually let's take a look at that. How many shares did they return day over day on GME? They did the same thing. Yeah, so they went from 21.31 million shares on loan down to 17.32 million shares on loan. Utilization still high. This is a way, so Silver Surfer, I cannot express to you how important this data is. This is how they cook the books to make things look like they're not as bad as they really are. You want to understand why this data is so important? Because they can drive down their short interest by borrowing shares on short-term loans that are extremely costly. There's no cost to borrow listed on these loans because these loans are meant to be overnight type loans or very, very short term type loans. But they're borrowing these shares in order to pay down loans that are currently existing. So they're borrowing to pay loans this means that your on loan amount or your utilization, if you were to add an additional the additional amount of shares that just got borrowed to pay off the current loans, would drive your utilization up even higher than 100%. But because Ortex can only report 100% utilization, that's all it shows. But they've actually got more borrowing than they've actually got reported. They can't. They're borrowing on the borrowing. You can't. That's over 100% utilization. This is easily findable. You can find this information out, and Ortex hasn't even come to the realization yet themselves. You need to understand how this data works. It's very clear. It paints a very clear picture as to what's going on. That's kind of funny. I can't wait to. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go on break. Before I do though, I'm going to send a tweet to. Let's do it. Let's do it right now. Let's get a picture up here. We'll take a picture. We'll send it to Ortex and we'll say like, "Hey, found your problem." Hold on. And this one. We'll send it to them with the on loan amount dipping. Actually, you know what? There's one more piece of information to throw in here. We'll show them the returned shares, the on loan returned shares, so they can see how many shares were actually. But it kind of jacks it up though. You can't see the other value as well. Can I enhance it? Let's take out the on loan amount and see if that makes it look better. Maybe. Eh. It's really difficult to get all this information in here. What do I take out? I'll screenshot this. Yeah. Hold on a second. Let's see here. I gotta drag over the other screen real quick here. That's not it. That's it. All right. Let's see. How do I want to state this? Found your answer for you. Security lending volume. Utilization only stays at 100% if you lend more shares to pay off lent shares. Thanks for the info you provide to us. Problem solved. So, what does this mean? Does this mean that more shares are available to borrow now? It actually does. It actually does mean that there's more shares available to borrow now because they've freed up 30 million shares that they returned, which now allows them to be able to borrow and create more liquidity. And SSR is tripped for the day-to-day, which means that you can likely see more, allowing them to open up more short interest or borrowing more shares in order to um, keep price discovery down. Yeah, I tweeted Ortex. Well, I responded to their tweet. Oh, son of a gun. I should have put Apes No 2 weeks at the end of that thing. Damn it. Ah. Thank you guys. I just didn't read what it is you guys were putting in over here. Dang it. Casey, while you're on your break, please Google AMC bonus shares. There are several media outlets saying the board of AMC approved a 2 to 3 share bonus. TMI also made a video about this. Is this our company? Go look at the proxy statement bill and take a look at what their year over year. I really didn't cover any of that because I really think that you need to. Most of this is going to be FUD. There's going to be a lot of FUD that's put out there. You either approve the payment structure, or you don't approve it, but it's all advisory anyways. But I'll tell you what this does do. This also will probably lower the cost to borrow with this 30 million shares that they returned because now institutions will have more shares to be able to lend, which will decrease the amount of cost to borrow. I hope I get blown up over that one. And actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to retweet my own tweet. And now I'll put in Ape Snow 2 weeks. Then I'll put we see what do I want to put here? Knowledge and truth prevails. Apes together strong. Maggie says you also forgot bless your heart. Damn it. Where were you earlier, Maggie? where were you? I needed that earlier. You guys got to be able to predict what I'm doing before I do it and make sure I read it. Yeah, I should have put that. Bless your little heart. Yes. No, I have not heard about Melvin, yo. What's going on with Melvin? 2 weeks. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to break here. I will see you guys in about 20, what is it, 15, 20 minutes or so. Taking a late break again. Give me 1 second. Whoa, can't type. Thanks, but Donkey Kong. I appreciate it, man. You know, to be honest with you, the fact that you guys, when you guys tell me to take a break, or when you tell me to look at Pokestick, or when you tell me, one of the things that I really need from people who have been in this community for a long time and understand me as a person is that time is, for me, becomes irrelevant sometimes. I lose myself, and so you keeping me on track or keeping me on pace is something that I value highly, 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 highly. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm going to break. Thank you very much, Donkey Kong. I will see you guys back at 8:15. See you in a bit.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? Musicvine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with Musicvine.
You know, what I would really like to see have happen, and it's not because I care about um, tweets, retweets, any of that kind of bullcrap. What I really like to see have happen is that you guys spread the information that we've gotten out there. Um, I think that um, there's plenty of opportunity for you guys to be able to take the information that I provided this morning and disseminate it. And I've tweeted it out for you guys. The only way that we're going to stop the FUD, the um, the untruths and the lies, is to put an end to it immediately as soon as possible. So um, get it out there, guys. Make sure that people see this. Don't just take the information and hoard it for yourself. Make sure that everybody knows, uh, because it's really important for us to understand what's happening with the play. That last song right there, according to this, I Can Hear the Ocean by Vens Adams. No idea who that is. I don't know. I just play the music from a website. I don't know if that's the last. That was the last song. There was one before it. I don't know. It depends on which one it was. It seems like every single one of the songs is somebody different. We're getting really close here to the opening of market for the day to day. So let me get the Bollinger Bands on here. And we know now that there's more shares available to borrow, 30 more million, because they loaned shares to pay off loan shares. We also know that those loan shares that they paid off were really old loans. So that's decreasing the on loan average age per day, and it's also decreasing the short interest. The chances of them taking out more loans to potentially stop a drive upwards in price will be probably pretty high. So potentially we could see some more borrowing today. We'll just have to watch and see. I haven't said it yet, guys. I haven't said what Rem Taco said yet. So those man, I always security lending, that security lending volume, Caitlin, from my understanding, and I don't know this to be 100% factual, but my understanding is that those are considered short-term loans. They're supposed to be they come at a much higher cost, and it's not reported to Ortex. So when Ortex shows a cost to borrow, it's going to be based off of current amount of shares that are available to borrow, which we'll probably see go down since there's now 30 new million shares available to borrow. But in the background, whatever the predetermined loan rate that they got for those short-term loans of 35 million shares is going to be higher. I would suggest higher than what they would normally pay for just regular lent shares because they're expected to be returned in a short period of time. I wouldn't really think of it as cost to borrow could be 83%. No, because it's really cost to borrow is really just whatever it is. I would think that the amount that it's costing them to borrow could be much, much higher. So in a roundabout way, what you're saying is kind of right, but it's kind of not right. But I think you understand where it is. I think you get it. The real cost to borrow that they're suffering from is much higher than what they were probably getting for regular loan shares. And I think if that's what you're trying to say, I think I would 100% agree with that. Keto says 1078 to 1378. Wow. Keto, you are 1 penny off. What the heck is up with you and Monty? It's like you guys are you guys are 1 penny off from each other in price prediction. I tend to think we're actually going to go up in price today. The VIX is down in the pre-market. I think we're going to go up. We're currently at 1170. I think we got a ways to go to get to max pain. I'm going to say 1099 to 1399. No. No, I'm not. 1150 to 1450. That's what I'm going with. I'm taking the high end on this. I think we've got a ways to go here to get to max pain. Right. I mean, see, that's the whole thing, Caitlin, right? So when in regards to no transparency, when they do these security lending volume loans, we get we have no availability to see what kind of rate they got on those loans. None. All we know is that it's probably worse than whatever rate they were getting at the time for regular loan shares. Duncan says I should have done 1140. Yeah, let's do 1145. 1145 to 1445. I think I see where you're going with that. 1145 to 1445. I'm taking a risk here. I'm taking a risk, but I think we're going to see some green today. And Duncan, I didn't get to your messages. My wife got home. I went upstairs, spent time with her, and I didn't get to your messages. I'll get to them, man. I'll get to them, I promise. Man. So scalping shorts doesn't actually get rid and close shares officially. I'm not sure what scalping shorts is. Doesn't actually get rid and close shares officially. I'm not sure if I understand that. Yeah, no kidding, Nikki. That's pretty funny. It's funny you should say that. The only day that it really matters on is if there's a tiebreaker on Friday. So fortunately for them, they can pick whatever it is that they choose, and it doesn't. Scalping is an actual. Yeah, no, I know it's a term. I just don't understand what that has to do with getting rid of or doesn't actually getting rid of closed shares officially. I guess I just don't understand that. 2-minute warning. Thank you very much. Guys, it's time to do the intro for the morning. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and Dan, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields of bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, yes. Politicians hide themselves away. They only started the war. Why should they go out to fight? They leave peril to the poor. Yeah. Time will tell them they have power minds, making war just for fun, treating people just like pawns in chess. Wait until that judgment day comes. Yeah. Hey. Now in darkness, world stops turning as you hear the bodies burning. No more war pigs have the power, and as God has struck the hour, day of judgment, God is calling. On their knees, the war pigs crawling, begging mercies for their sins. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh Lord, yeah.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning. Oh man, you guys, I'm getting so much hate. I know it wasn't Sabbath. I know. I like cake version. I was kind of. The problem was is that I think when I pulled up Black Sabbath's version, it was like way too long. I was like, no, 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 you can't sit through that. It's a cool song, but you can't just sit through all that. And Cake had a much shorter version, and I like Cake. I really do like Cake. Who doesn't love Cake? Let them eat cake. So I had to kind of switch it up on you guys there a little bit. But yeah, I like Cake. What can I say? Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. Don't give me a flat tire. Keto, that's a very good question. Casey, why would they close older loans when cost to borrow was a lot cheaper on those? you have to ask your question, was it really cheaper? And the answer is we don't really know. If they needed to, and we do know that 10%, or not 10%, 30% of the total amount of closed positions was short interest, right? And when in regards to short interest, you have to understand that if short interest is, if price is going to start rising, whatever short interest that they have open that they can close out at these current prices is low, right? If price is low, then they can use those shares to close out the positions that they have at these prices. If they couldn't get, I mean that's basically what it comes down to is closing out positions as many as possible before a price run. I don't necessarily think that we're going to see a price run like right now. Usually there's at least a couple day lag time between closing out of positions and price runs at the very least. Um, the number that I usually track, which is on loan average age per day, just took that big huge dip from that shares returned. So we got to wait to see when that's going to bottom out. But I don't know the answer to that, Keto. I really don't know because I can't see specifically. And this is, if there was a portion of what Silver Surfer was saying earlier about, the data being incomplete and not giving you the full big picture, this would be the part of it that he's correct on is that I can't tell you the details behind all the numbers. All I can tell you is I know where the shares came from. I know that what they did, and I can tell what they closed out on. And they closed out on older loans. If it had been new loans, that they had closed on, then it would have been the on loan average age per day would have likely either gone. It wouldn't have gone down as hard as much as it did. It would have gone either sideways or um, I mean, it went down really, really hard. So I would assume that those are really old loan shares. We'll know tomorrow. We'll know tomorrow when more specific data, when we see how many shares are borrowed today and how much the on loan average age per day kind of changes from there. So we'll just keep an eye on the numbers and see where they take us. But I really think that those are much, much older loans based off of how far down that drove. And I can't tell you. I don't know. I only know an on loan average age per day, and when you consider that it's just an average, and it's in this, it was in the was it the 80s. Hold on a second. On loan average age per day before this drop was 82.51. That's an average amount of days that it's been on loan for, which means that it could be 160, 200. You have no idea how old it is. I just know an average. So you have to ask yourself, 200 days ago, 300 days ago, where was price? Were were was cost to borrow actually better now versus back then? Um, I'm sure this from their position, from hedge funds positions, this makes a lot of sense. We don't have a full reporting on everything, so we only know what it is that they're doing. We don't know their books entirely, so we don't know why it makes sense. But to them, it does. Let me see what you guys are writing here. Good morning, Gary. Yo says, I love cake, the band, and food. Cake by the ocean. Let's see here. Was out yesterday. Porter says, what the heck was that at the close? I'm assuming you're talking about that big stick of volume, or well, actually it's a small stick of volume, but a big change in price right here. We've been seeing this for a while now. I've narrowed this down a little bit to an exchange, and it seems to me like it's trading through the ADF. These shares, and I'm making assumption, Porter, so stop me if this isn't what you're talking about. But this has been happening across the board on multiple securities and multiple um, price points. Really weird stuff. A lot of people have been making assumptions that it's stop loss hunting. That's not what it is. But if you look at the exchange that it's traded on, it's ADF. ADF only has one participant, which is JP Morgan. I've reached out to JP Morgan to get to see if they would comment on it, and I haven't received any response back yet. But I think it is, since it is an off exchange that they're trading that through, I do believe that there's this is a testing phase that they're doing for something. I don't know specifically what. I can make assumptions, but I don't specifically know, and I'd hate to be wrong if I just made assumptions. So um, if you want, I can throw on the tinfoil hat. Tinfoil hat's on. Remember, when the tinfoil hat goes on, this is all speculation. JP Morgan has something that's called Onyx. It's a new digital currency that they're testing out for clearing and settlement of different types of positions that they have. It could be that they're testing out Onyx on a closed system exchange, and seeing how that works out. It is supposed to be a blockchain a blockchain digital currency that they are working on. So maybe that's what it is. It could possibly be that that's why we're seeing it happen all over the place. So it's not just AMC; it's happening on everything. You name it. You can see it in the ETFs. You can see it in any, just go pull up Amazon, pull up Tesla, pull up whatever it is you want to pull up, and you'll find it. Okay, tinfoil hat off. I don't know for sure it's Onyx. I reached out to them to ask them about it, and they haven't responded back to me. Rowan, good morning. Gary, I wish I could tell you that right now, as it stands, until we break $12.75, we're looking for new lows. It has to break 12.75 in order for us to not be looking for new lows. So, as it stands, our current most low is $11.09. We will continue to look for new lows. Oftentimes, they will try to, if indeed $11.09 ends up being the bottom, get rid of this real quick here. If 1109 ends up being the bottom, a lot of times what you see is you'll see them run up the price once, 2 times, 3 times, maybe the third and fourth time we'll hit that 1275 range and come back down before allowing the price to break up above and beyond that value. So as it stands, it looks like they're testing for new lows. Do you remember I always say that once we hit a 21.5% decrease in price, which is that red line down at the bottom at 1106, that there's likely paper hands that occurred based on our buy to sell ratio that we've had through retail reported by Fidelity. I have nothing that would suggest that AMC has been retail ownership has been selling. Yesterday we actually had a 8 to 2 ratio of buy to sell orders. So if anybody's selling right now, it's institutional shares. James, good morning to you. How you doing? Keto says, could this mean that institutions are requesting their shares back? It could. It certainly could. The fact that we just watched Bitcoin drop by an exorbitant amount certainly could suggest a lot of things. Good morning, Sammy. I know, right, Dr. Zeno? Gary says, "Is that a good thing? I got J.P. Morgan." It's neither a good thing nor a bad thing. I'm just trying to make some sense of the candle sticks that we're seeing. because I know there's just a lot of mystery behind it, and I think just uncovering the fact that it's coming from J.P. Morgan is telling. I do want to note that I got a message from Adam last night, and he had mentioned to me that there was a list. Let me just kind of read it to you guys what he had said to me. Big bank institutions have been in the cryptos for a while. They just thought crypto would be a good leverage to lean on for other plays. Look at some of the top U.S. banks balls deep in crypto. Yep, he said balls deep. uh, and some of the ones listed were Quantic, Ally, Bank of America, Chase, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, USAA. So there's a lot of banks that are heavily invested into cryptocurrencies. Um, One of the banks that I said that would be one of the first banks to probably fail because of what occurred a long time ago with Hackshire Berthaway is Bank of America. I do believe that Bank of America will probably be one of the first banks to fail. And Bank of America happens to be in one of those groupings for um, cryptocurrencies. And based on what Unusual Whale said, he said that there were liquidations out of cryptocurrencies. Liquidations is a big word, and I'm really kind of cautious about that word because that means forced position change. Understanding the idea that there were actually people or positions that were liquidated out of cryptocurrency is massive in my mind. So I don't know how to confirm what it is Unusual Whales found, but Unusual Whales did report on Twitter that they were liquidations. That's massive. There's a big, big difference between a liquidation and just selling. Micah, I want to touch on what you said there. If if you feel stressed, take a break. Don't feel like you need to continuously watch the line. Take a break. There is nothing wrong with that. I just went on a vacation. I missed a Friday and a Monday. And I took a break, and I was trying to lead by example. You guys don't have to continuously watch the line. It's not going to kill you to take a break. So set those price alerts like you're talking about, and when you need it, take the break. It is extremely important to make sure that you are in a good frame of mind psychologically. Bitcoin right now is at 22,100. Nosa says, "Can you check the itchy burger on the 1 minute and see if the so I don't I'm gonna check it because I didn't check the itchy burger Ichimoto. I didn't check that earlier, so I'm gonna check it. But I think the 1 hour and 4 hour are the only real ways to look at the Ichimoto cloud. I mean, you can look at the data if you want to for shorter time periods, but it's not. This is not meant to be trade or used. This indicator is not meant to be used on short time periods. Uh, but looking at the 1 hour, because I didn't do this earlier, we currently are below the cloud. Conversion line is below baseline, and lagging price line. Sorry, I got indigestion. The lagging line is below the price line. In order for us to rise up above through the cloud, we would have to be somewhere in the range of $12.88 by the end of the day today. That's on the 1 hour. If we look at the 4 hour, uh, in order for us to break through the cloud even within the next couple of days, we would have to be at 1348. Conversion line again is below the baseline, and lagging line is below the price line. So nothing really kind of indicating any kind of positive movement as it stands. I don't see a green cloud in the futures, and I do see a pretty big red cloud. Seeing us break through this cloud, though, would be pretty nice. It would be pretty impressive. So those are the two Ichimoto clouds. They got priced down to 11.11. Remember the last low was 11.09, so they didn't quite take it all the way down. They missed it by about 2 pennies. Decreasing volume is going to be the key factor that's attempted in the first thing in the morning. Good morning, Charlie. Buck says Bank of America took the bailout and suck their customers with fees. Vaporization of them is fine with me. I couldn't agree more. But I'm trying not to let that influence my um, my thoughts on them. I just think that they have bad business practices based off of historical trends, and that's part of the reason why I think that they're going to go down first. I don't necessarily think 75 basis points is going to be a catalyst. Even if they made it 100, I still don't think it would be. I don't believe that he did, Sammy. No. And the other part to that I would add is that just because that expired on June 3rd doesn't mean that everything has to just change the very next day. There could be some slow changes that occur. Cost to borrow is at about $20 or $20, 20% right now, I think. CPE 20.72 is what I'm seeing on there. Let me refresh and see if that's still the case. Yeah, still the same. Bill Bill says I can either watch you or mow the lawn. It's nice to know. It's nice to know uh, that I place so highly on the list of things that you could be doing. I appreciate you too, Bill. I really do. Uh, that's really funny to me. Thank you. No, sir, you're welcome. Michael, good morning to you. Sammy, you're welcome. Ooh, Keto says the American people will not tolerate another bailout of the banks. This is going to be epic. I'll tell you what, Keto. The American people, I think, tend to turn a blind eye whenever they've been compensated as well. I know the last time banks were bailed out, people were getting bailed out as well. If you remember correctly, there was a lot of foreclosure forgiveness that was added to some of the bailouts as well. There were people who, and I wasn't, well, actually, I guess I was part of that. Uh, some of the some of the well, people ended up not having to pay taxes on things that they should have had to pay taxes for. So I think people do tend to turn a blind eye when they get bailed out as well. Remember, guys, this is very, very common for us to see. Pulling back out here just a little bit, very, very common for us to see a breakdown or a synthetic price failure, right? And then a couple of retests of price levels. And you'll notice here, I've got this on the 30 minutes. So we've already had one test of 1109. We just had a drop to 1111. So they may check or verify that there's not more shares being willing to be sold at some of these lower price levels before allowing the price to run. They're looking for paper hands. That's what they're fishing for. Today I have a low prediction on volume. All the predictions are in, by the way, for the day today. Let me read them off. I forgot to read those earlier. I'm actually, I do this sometimes, and I end up eating it. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But I went high today. Everybody else kind of went low. I went high. I went 1145 to 1445. Eric went 1050 to 1350. Keto went 1078 to 1378, and Monty's gone 1079 to 1379. I think it's so ironic that Keto and Monty were 1 penny a difference between the two. I can understand it when somebody picks something random like 1050 to 1350, but these two guys literally picked like some weird random numbers, and I don't know how it is they're coming up with what it is that they came up with, but they were within a penny of each other, and they don't talk to each other as far as I know. Yes, Gary, I'm going to San Diego, California. I will be on vacation again in the early part of July. I'm going from the 2nd through the 6th. Remember that the 4th is a holiday and we won't be trading on the 4th. So the only days I'll really be missing is going to be the 5th and the 6th trading days of July. So you're gonna miss me for 2 days in July, just similarly to how you missed me for 2 days in June. But yeah, so sometimes we got to take breaks. Man, Miss Tahiti, I almost overslept today. I had the hardest time getting up this morning. I have to thank my wife for um, waking me up on time. Well, she woke me up not on time, but I made it online on time. Ooh, Roseanne, I don't want to go there. I'm not. I don't want to. I don't want to get labeled something. The quickest way I can think of to get myself shut down is to try and talk about those kinds of things. Hey, Charlie, I'm glad. This is a great learning place. No questions are, unless you ask the question twice, no questions are considered stupid. So, and by the way, I gotta go back to something that I said earlier because my wife said, you know what, you gotta be more professional than calling people idiots. And she's right. She's right. I love her. I love her because she keeps me in check. And she said, and you can't call people cheap. And I was like, yeah, I know, you're right. But here's a problem I have, guys. Um, and I really need to be a little more professional in how I state this. But if there are influencers in this community, I would expect at a bare minimum that they should be looking at Ortex data to understand or help people to understand what's happening in this play. I don't expect everybody to have Vortex data. I just don't. The average trader does not need that information. You don't. You don't need it. I've gone my entire life trading and never had Ortex until within the last year. So, but the data is extremely valuable in showing what's happening with the play. And if for historical reasons I'm here to document what's happening, it's very important to see that data. So when I sit here and I tell you that I think that somebody may be cheap, I'm simply talking about influencers. If there's an influencer out there who wants to talk about AMC and talk about this play, and they don't have Ortex, I think they're being a little cheap, especially if they're pulling money out of the um, community to provide the data that it is that they're providing. I mean, at the very least, you could at least just have Vortex. I can understand not having Fintel because Fintel has. I was paying for Fintel for a little while and it was too expensive, so I got rid of it. But at the very least, at the very bare minimums, Ortex should be a must. Um, and so I guess from that perspective, that's where I come off with the whole cheap thing. The average person doesn't need Ortex. I'm not talking about the average person. The other part is I'm also talking about people when it comes to idiots. that are discrediting Ortex. That's just being harsh. It's me just being harsh, and um, it doesn't make you an idiot. It just means that people oftentimes have defense mechanisms, and when they don't understand data, they discard it. I come from a background of data crunching, engineering for 20 something odd years. I I don't hold much respect for people who look at data and refuse to understand what it means. It's a flaw of mine. I I spent so much time working with data my entire life that I I have a hard time. I have a difficult time appreciating people who just don't understand data because it's so powerful to me. But that's a flaw of mine because I don't understand that not everybody can understand the data. So um, forgive me, but um, I really do think that it's important to understand this information, and I'm glad that I can discuss it with you guys in a way that hopefully explains what it is that's happening when I see stuff that's occurring inside of our price movements and the data that Ortex provides. So, anyways, you're right, Dr. Zeno. I need to be very, very careful. And my wife, this is why I love my wife. She's not afraid to say, bless your heart, Casey, but you can't say that. She didn't say bless my heart, but I threw that in there. But I mean, essentially, I need to be more careful about that. So, people are not idiots for not understanding Ortex data, but I do think that there's something inherently wrong with looking at data and saying, I don't understand this, and so therefore, because it's incomplete data, I'm just going to say it's invalid. I have a problem with that, and I don't think that should be done. So, enough of that. I apologize for calling people idiots. I'm not going to apologize for calling influencers who refuse to buy Ortex data to share with people. I'm still calling those guys cheap. And I mean, you guys, some of these guys are making $20 super chats like nobody's business. And then they're getting money from YouTube and all that other kind of stuff. And it's like it's 70, it's a small fee every month. Like just pay it. Um, but again, I think part of it is they don't understand the data, so they don't pay for it. Anyways, enough said. I love listening to and reading everyone's thoughts about AMC. I agree, Roseanne. I do too. I'll tell you what though, Dr. Zeno, I called Al an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but if you can't take data from one source and copy and paste it to another source and not realize in the very first two lines that you have repeated data, and then you want to say that the total amount of shares owned by everybody is exponentially higher than where every other place is reporting, man, that's so basic. It's so basic. Like I mean, he's supposed to be an educated person. He's supposed to be an educated person, and I really have a hard time understanding how a very well educated person would make that mistake. I've worked with some extremely smart engineers in my lifetime. I've worked with some extremely dumb engineers in my lifetime, but I've never seen somebody compile data before and have your very first two entries exactly the same and say like, "Hey, look, we're going to add these two numbers together." I've never seen that. And it's that's kind of a little bit idiotic. I'm just saying. Roseanne says, "Oh my God, you sound like my hubby. He's an engineer as well." We're a different kind of beast, Roseanne. We really are. Engineers are, man, we're crazy individuals. Um, we see life in a completely different realm than other people, and it's very difficult for us to see things the way everybody else sees them, and so it's hard for us to be compassionate. Very hard. Very, very hard. But then what it is it causes us to be short-sighted, and so there's that as well. So um, that's why you need a wife like I have, who keeps you well-rounded. You need a data scientist. There's a YouTuber. I used to watch Mo Money. I used to. I felt like he like disappeared. And to be very honest with you, one of the reasons why I'm here in the first place is because I felt like he just kind of disappeared on us. Um, Dr. Zeno says I prefer calling idiots a douchebag. It's in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Who said that? Charlie. In the bottom left-hand lower hand side of the screen there, it's at AMKC Shaw. Um, don't ask why I just made it that. I don't know. Uh, Doug, I'm not monetizing this stream because I don't believe that people can truly believe what it is that I have to say if I'm monetized. And I happen to be in a situation where that's possible currently. And so I'm going to try to maintain that for as long as possible. Yeah, it was a mess, Michael. Dr. Zeno says, boy, that is the truth, Dr. Zeno. That is, I can't, I've got some stories on some educated people in my lifetime who were neither intelligent or had integrity. And it made me wonder, like, do they just hand out diplomas to just anybody these days? That was like 10 years ago. Doug says, Casey, I need another pair of eyes. AMC restricted short selling tomorrow or insurable stocks. Uh, send me something in the Discord, Doug, on what it is you're looking for. You know what, Space Ape? I don't know, man. I can try to fact check it for you, Doug, if you want. It's so true, Cuddy Cut. It's so true. As far as I know, they're not President pre-roll. In fact, somebody linked me to a site for bulletproof backpacks for kids not too long ago, which I think is kind of an interesting thing. But those, as far as I know, those are not illegal. Maybe it depends on the state that you live in. It's past 9 o'clock, guys. On shortable stocks. Uh, that's now the second time this morning that I've heard that term, Doug. Shortable stocks. I don't understand that term. Actually, the term that was used earlier was shortable shares, and I don't understand that either. It's kind of a weird term. Uh, but like I said, send me a message on Discord, and I'll try and take a look at that. Hey, congratulations, Roseanne. That's awesome. 40 years is great. That's amazing. Congratulations. I need to play catch up real quick on the messages, and then I need to take a look at the numbers because we're 10 minutes past already. On shortable stocks, it says restricted short selling for tomorrow. Shortable stocks, it says restricted for short selling. Okay, for today. SSR? SSR is on for today. That is correct. Short share restrictions. SSR is correct. That's probably what you're referencing right there. Short sale restrictions is on, and that means that they're not allowed to short the stock down when price is moving downwards. Let's see here. I'm pulling up what it is that you sent. Yeah, shortable stocks. Yes, I'm for some reason or another the page that you linked. I can't. All I'm seeing is email and password pop up. But don't worry about it because I know I think I understand what it is you're talking about now, and it's short share restrictions. SSR is on for today, which means that today AMC is not a shortable stock unless there are rules in place that do allow them under certain conditions too. All right. Jordan, you're welcome, man. Let me move into taking a look at the numbers, guys, here. So I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are writing any longer. If I missed a question, I apologize. Please re-ask the question when you see the big tramp come back up on the screen. But as for now, let's take a run through for our first time of the day since market open and see what the heck is going on here. We'll cover everything, just like the shorts should. See what I did there? Dad jokes. Alrighty, I got all my screens moved over. Let's take a look at everything here. Starting in the top left-hand corner, you'll notice that the price prediction tally points. This is just for fun if you're just joining the channel here. This is strictly for fun, for apes getting together to try and figure out what price is going to be for the end of the day, each day of the week, and then tallying up the points and seeing who's the winner for beers and ice cream, which haven't been paid out yet. They get paid out at the very end. But taking a look at price predictions for today, I've got 11.45 to 14.45. Eric has 10.5 to 13.5. Keto has 10.78 to 13.78, and Monty has $10.79 to 13.79. Short exempt volume on True Demons MOASS trigger indicators is today was more than a doubling of yesterday's short exempt volume to 264.8 thousand shares. True Demons number there says 3 million, but I only need to see 1 million. I know that's a good number. Utilization 100%. We are on day 88 of trading days with 100% utilization. Day over day price increase. We had a decrease in price yesterday of 7.64%. Taking a look at the off exchange, since SSR is tripped today, I do not expect there to be a whole lot of off exchange usage. A lot of times I like to compare off exchange as a shield to price discovery, whereas short share restriction is like a force field to price discovery because they're allowed to create synthetic shares when liquidity is low. So they don't tend to use the off exchange. You don't need a shield when you have a force field. I know that's such kid terms, but it makes sense. But let's take a look. I would expect about 44% on off exchange and EDGX to be about 10 to 11% at this time in the morning. However, we have 50.83% in the off exchange and 15.04. Those numbers are extremely high considering the fact that SSR is tripped for the day-to-day. This has been the case the last few times that SSR is tripped. They've been unwilling to use their force field for some strange reason or another. but we are already 1.87% over the total amount of volume that we'd see throughout the day being traded through the off exchange. So it's very high. Taking a look at Ortex data, you'll see right there that we have, actually let me give it a refresh real quick here. With the Ortex data that you're seeing right now, we currently have 20.1% estimated current short share interest of the free float. So far, the amount of shares having been borrowed for this morning is at 259,000 shares. The big controversy of the morning is the 30 million shares that were returned last night. That did happen. It actually did happen, and I'm going to show you guys here in just a little bit where they came from. Cost to borrow average is currently at 20.72, which is a little higher than it was yesterday. Shares on loan decreased because of those 30 million shares that they borrowed and 35 million shares that they borrowed and then returned 30 of them. So it dropped the on loan amount to 159.83 million, but still kept our utilization at 100%. Which I'll show you how that happens. Let's see here. Taking a look at what's next. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, institutional share ownership. That value was 190.052 earlier this morning. Let's see if it's still the same. It is. No change. Max pain for the day today is $16. I thought it was going to go down, but it didn't. So max pain was 16 yesterday, 16 today. And let's take a look at those options. See where we have the highest amount of volume. Highest amount of volume so far this morning is at a $12 strike price, which is down $1 from yesterday. There's currently 5.7 thousand contracts. Highest amount of volume on the puts is really low volume on puts is at $11, which is actually $1 up from what it was yesterday. There's currently 1.9 thousand contracts at 11. So like a 2.5 to 1 ratio in volume for calls over puts, and the market signaling currently for a closing price around 11.50 for the day today. Currently. Taking a look at the Ortex data, this is what everybody's going to want to see. Security lending volume, there was a massive spike here. This happened once before. I'm actually going to show this with the utilization. The last time that we had utilization spike up was when we had that security lending volume. Security lending volume are short-term loans that are created to usually, you can look this up on say like Investopedia or something, but usually those are short-term loans to for institutions to be able to make money off of sudden shifts in price. In this particular case back here, the security lending volume occurred the day before the price started running 4 days in a row consecutively. And it drove utilization up from 82.08% to 100%, and we've been 100% utilization ever since. You can also see, too, during this period of time that 69.97 million shares were lent in the security lending volume back on February 7th of this year. And believe it or not, we can actually see how many of those shares were actually returned of that 70 million shares. And that's going to be under on loan returned. And if you look at that value is 34.78. So they borrowed 70 million shares, returned 35 million. So they kept 35 million shares. So they returned half of the shares that they borrowed and then kept the others. Ironically, 30 million shares. 35 to be exact, which happens to be the very same amount that they just borrowed. Security lending volume, 35.2 million shares is how much they borrowed last night. They returned 33 million of it. Oh, I'm sorry. They returned 33 million of it. So some portion of this is on loan amount, and some portion of this they use to pay down on loan amount, and some portion of this they use to pay off or close short interest. And you can figure that out just by looking at the on loan amount. So let's take a look. On loan amount decreased day over day. What did it decrease by? It decreased by from 190 down to 159.83. So let's do a little bit of math. I'm just going to do quick math. It was 159, right? Yeah, 159. Quick math says 31 million shares were returned. But the question is how much of that was short interest that was returned? So we know 31 million shares were returned. It says here that they returned 33, so my guess is that 2 million of those shares were probably in short interest. So if we come over here and we take a look at short interest, let's see if that works out. Not that one. It actually was a little bit more than that. It was 12. According to this, they went from shares on loan in short interest were 115 million down to 103 million. So 12 million shares. So there's some kind of there's a little bit of weird kind of reporting going on here. They're saying they returned 33 million shares. 12 of it. Oh, that's right. 12 million of the okay, that's what it is. 12 million of the 33 million shares returned were actually from short interest. The rest of it would have been for just shares that were on loan already. So basically 1/3 of the total amount of shares that were returned was short interest. A little bit more than 1/3, but roughly. And the other number that I tend to look at is on loan average age per day. With the return of those shares, we watched the average loan share average go down from 82.51 to 75.11. That's a pretty big drop. I tend to think that's going to be older loans that were closed out. According to Fidelity, AMC is currently in 17th most heavily traded stock based on orders. And, excuse me, buy to sell ratio is 69% buys. Nice. To 31% sales. GME. Oh man, did GME fall off the list again? I sure did. So this is, I don't want to make the argument right now. SSR, $10.33 is where it gets tripped today. Looks like they've returned some shares, about 100,000 of them. The total amount of shares in the ETFs that have been returned, looks like they did borrow another 50,000 before returning some more shares. So I'm going to add that to the amount of shares having been borrowed so far this morning, putting us at 550,000 shares so far this morning having been borrowed. Fees have dropped from 18% down to 13.6. 366,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 8.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 81.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 129.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. The NASDAQ is down 0.05, Dow Jones is down 0.03, and the S&P 500 is now down 0.01, almost breaking even. Now up, now down, now up, now down. It's close. We have more decliners, though, in the market than advancers, with 3,865 decliners to 2,976 advancers, not looking like Icarus and the sun compared to yesterday. I thank you guys so much for correcting me on that. I couldn't remember the name. VIX is down 2.7%. The further away it is from 35, the better. In regards to the market crashing, not necessarily for us. We kind of want to see the market crash a little. IWM is down 0.55, Tesla is down 1.27, Amazon is down 0.69, Cinemark is down 2.12, Doge is up 3.06, Bitcoin is down 1.48 and at 22.1 thousand. GME is up 0.38, HYMC is up, or sorry, rather down 1.98, Hood is down 0.55, NCMI is up 1.68, and AMC is up 0.26. There's currently 1 million more dollars roughly in inflow than outflow, with 9.27 million shares having been traded after 57 minutes, giving us a pace, an average shares traded pace for the day of 63.4 million shares for the day today. I suggested in pre-market we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. I still think that's a good number. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure according to the Vortex indicator. I'm only looking at these two indicators down here at the bottom on these different intervals. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.54, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.76, which is below average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.4, which is below average. And on a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be an imminent crossover with more buying pressure, but has also had multiple crossovers since earlier this morning. RSI on this is at 42.76, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.98, which is just slightly below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud, for those of you who have not had a chance or an opportunity to see that, do note that I am not calling it by the correct name because people think it's funny. So, don't hate on me. On the 1 hour time interval, we currently have the conversion line, which is this orange line right here below the baseline, which is the baby blue line. That's not a strong indicator. You want to see the conversion line above the baseline. The lagging line is below the price line, which is also not a good indicator. And the cloud is above us. We want to see price rising up and driving through the cloud. No trades should be made inside the cloud based on a day trading perspective using this indicator. Taking a look at a 4-hour cloud, we currently have, again, conversion line below the baseline. We have the lagging line below the price line, and we have price below the cloud. We'd like to see price drive up through the red portion of the cloud within the next couple days, if possible. We are riding, I believe I drew this out on a 1-hour time scale. We are riding the bottom side of, let me get rid of the Ichimoto. We are riding on the bottom side of this trend line that I've got drawn out here. And so I have two different trend lines. I've got this is what I would call a bullish triangle. Let me see if I can pull back out to a day. This is a bullish triangle that I think that we're following right now. We're close to breaking out on the bottom side, but we're just touching the bottom side of the band. I have a breakout period of time that I've got listed in this box in here, which is somewhere between 7.8 and 7.29. It could happen before. It doesn't have to happen then. We also have a descending wedge inside of that pattern as well. This descending wedge right here with falling volume and falling price should be a bullish breakout going up. So two different indicators now that are signaling for potential long-term indicators that are signaling for a potential breakout going up. And I think that's everything. Sometimes I feel like I talk too much. It's only 9 hours a day. Oh boy. With that, I can see what you guys are writing. I'm going to start at Miss Tahiti here. Trey needs a Adderall. He's too much for me. I love Trey, though. I really do. I like the guy a lot. You know, Apes R Us, I put out a tweet, or I said something somewhere that if you watch, I think it was a tweet. I said if you watch Trey in reverse, he gets better over time. Like if you watch all of his videos in reverse order, meaning like you start now and then you keep watching backwards, it feels like he gets better. Charlie says, Casey, what could be the effect if they are borrowing on the borrowing? Pain, maximum pain. It just means that they're in trouble, man. When you have to borrow borrowed shares, that sounds like trouble to me. I don't know those of you who've ever been in trouble with credit cards before, but if you're using credit cards to pay off credit cards, oh, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Something's not right. You know, Mr. Tahiti, the thing is that I think he's a little different in his streams than he is in real life. I'll bet you he's much more calm than he comes off in the videos. If I had to guess, only because I've had a kid that's gone through speech and debate, my guess is that Trey probably either in college or in high school, he probably had a speech and debate class where they have to talk a million miles a minute and actually be well, I don't even feel like half the time you can understand what it is they're saying, but they almost sound like auctioneers. Oh, look at that. You even said that. If he sold, he could always be an auctioneer. Yeah, it's true. Dr. Zeno, no. Um, well, I mean, you would think so, but the fact is that they borrowed more shares. So this may have actually been a loan of a loan of a loan, right? They may have used some of these shares to return some of the shares from the old kitchen sink to the new kitchen sink to pay off loans. So the kitchen sink may have been just thrown at the kitchen sink, if that makes any sense. The kitchen sink didn't fly at us. The kitchen sink flew at the kitchen sink. Did you see the price jumped to 12.35 after hours yesterday at 1:13 p.m.? So, Steven, you're in the West Coast. Shouting you out there. Uh, we did. It's been happening quite often on several different securities across the board, even including ETFs. Um, and it's been, I feel like I've narrowed it down to JP Morgan. It is an off exchange that it's trading through, so it's not really, I mean, it shows that it's affecting price, but it's not really moving price because you can see it immediately trades back to the original value. But it's not just AMC. Go look at Tesla, go look at Amazon, go look at, you could look at IWM. It's happening all over the place. So, and I think they're testing something out in an off exchange, but I'm trying to get a comment from them to make sure we know exactly what it is um, before I make any claims. Casey, does it make sense they're taking advantage of SSR to get rid of some borrowed shares by creating synthetics? No, because this is a subject that keeps being brought up. You can't replace you can't replace uh, borrowed shares with synthetics. It does. You can't. You just can't do that. That's That's the whole reason they had to borrow shares. If they could just print shares, we would never win this battle. If they could just print shares and use those shares to trade back and forth to reduce requirements that they have to produce actual shares for certain trades, then we would never win this battle. There would be no way to win this. But that's not the case. They do have to have actual shares. Hence the reason why they borrowed shares in order to pay down shares. Otherwise, they would have just used synthetics. Would have been really easy. It's very, very possible. Ooh, I have a kitchen sink in my garage, boss. We have a plan to replace the countertops in our kitchen eventually. And we went to Costco one day, and they had a really cool dual tub sink, where the tubs are equal size on both sides, and they're really big, and it's a good sink. And they had it marked down at where were we? Home Depot. Somebody had bought it, decided it didn't fit or something, and then returned it. There was nothing wrong with it, and they marked it down like half off. Open box win. And so we walked off, and it's sitting in our garage still because we never replaced the countertops yet. So we're waiting on that. Tammy, howdy. Beth, I appreciate you. I really appreciate everybody here. Um, I mean, you guys are holding for me. I'm holding for you. I think we appreciate each other. I can't make this happen on my own. Yeah, I can't do what it is that we're doing together as a collective group. So I appreciate everybody here. Man, wouldn't that be nice pre-roll? So two rumors I'm gonna throw out there. Wait, hold on. Tinfoil hat. Tinfoil hat. Hold on. Okay, remember, guys, when the tinfoil hat's on, you can't. Everything that I say is just hearsay, make believe, maybe not really true, but it's what I heard. I heard from a herd. I heard from a herd that gas prices within the next 2 weeks, no pun intended on 2 weeks, but that gas prices are going to be averaging around $7 a gallon. Which I thought was kind of crazy. I was like, what? It seems a little ridiculous, but I guess it probably depends on where you live. The second thing that I heard from a herd, is that Redbox in some locations of Walmart's is getting their Redbox removed. Heard from a herd, which I find very, very interesting for a stock that's owned by almost 3 times over on the float by institutions. So I don't know about you guys, but every time I've ever walked into a Walmart, I've always seen a red box sitting there. If they were to lose a large portion or some of those locations, that's going to be very hurtful to their overhead. Just throwing that out there. Tinfoil hat over. Tinfoil hat off. Yes, Tammy, I agreed to the terms earlier this morning before I got on, I think. And yes, I did almost oversleep as well. I know, guys. It's really funny. From my perspective, I have this unique perspective that I'm able to walk in many different circles. This really reminds me a lot of when I was in high school because this is the kind of person that I was. I would go around to like the socias and I'd go over to the jocks and I'd go over to the nerds and the preps and the skaters and the band guys, and it didn't matter. I was a chameleon. I would always just kind of go to these different groups and I would just hang out because I had friends in all the different groups, but I never could get those groups to intermingle with all the friends. And so that's how I'm like in this community right now. I have this ability to walk into different groups of people. There are people who are shorting AMC that I'm a part of, and I just listen. I go there and I listen to what it is that they have to say. There's groups of people that I'm a part of here that are rocks. It's almost like being a part of the left and the right in politics. It's like I hear both sides of stories all over the place. I hear people in different kinds of industries. I hear people from who are in institutions. I hear all kinds of crazy stuff, and it's really really fascinating to see all the different perspectives and kind of um, be able to piece it all together. You name it. There's a little bit of everything that I'm a part of, and it's a really interesting perspective. Sam said oil is 123. Is that WTI? Einstein was talking about that earlier. Oh, it just passed by. It's up like 1.59%. I just missed it. It was going. Okay, here it is. Oil. WTI up 1.59%. It's at 122.86. Einstein was in here earlier and he said, um, watch for it to rise really high and then crash hard. Space Ape says, we just renovated our kitchen and my wife was so happy, but that lasted a couple months. Now back to normal. You know what always seems to be the case for me, Space Ape, is that whenever I've done renovations, major renovations on a home, I end up selling it like within the next year. It's like part of my MO, which is really sad because one of the houses that I had, we put in granite countertops, made it really nice looking and everything, and then sold it a year later. Um, I don't know. Kind of sucks. It's nice to enjoy it sometimes. Also heard 3-to-1 AMC stock split. I've not. I heard 3-to-1 on Tesla. I have not heard that about AMC. NC Proud Dad said that's why Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment is buying them out so they can start streaming instead of doing with the whole DVD thing. Tammy says that sounded like something from the Outsiders movie. It was really interesting in high school for me, being a part of all those different groups. But the problem for me is that I'm like a chameleon, um, and I don't ever really feel like I fit in any one given place. So if you ever have a chance to meet me, I might be really friendly, but I don't want to be a part of. I just want to be I just want to be the silent person in the back that just watches. I'm a watcher. I like watching. Don't you guys go there. I know where you're going to go with that. Don't you dirty minds go there. I know where you're. As soon as I said it, as soon as the words came out of my mouth, I know exactly. So myself is gonna. Myself is probably already typing something in here. Don't you guys go there. When I talk to people who don't know about stocks, I tell them when you buy and hold, the cloud touch the Ichimoto, and then cost to borrow goes up, and SSR hits the utilization after synthetic price failure. Then boom, you just throw out a bunch of you just throw out a bunch of words. Johnny killed a Soch. Yeah, pretty. Was it? Shoot, what was the quote I always used to say? It's about pretty boy. Just something, pretty boy. Just stay something. Ah, shoot, I can't remember the quote. That's like NC Proud Dad, that's likely due to the fact of those 30 million shares. My guess is that a lot of people are not accounting for that yet. The VIX is so Nikki. The VIX is it's a 30-day outlook on the volatility of the options exchange, the Chicago-based options exchange. So it's basically looking at the volatility, predicting the volatility of the market 30 days out. That's what it is. Space Ape says, it sounds like you're flipping houses for profit. No. I wanted to. There was a point in my life where I was about to, but I didn't. I've owned 1, 2, 3. This is my 4th house, and I do. But I mean, I do make profit. I did lose on one of them from the 2008. 3 of the 4 homes I made profit. Well, sorry, 2 out of the 3 homes I made profit on. The last house that I had, I lost because of 2008. I didn't lose the house, but I had to rent it out, and then I took a hit on it. And then this house is up, so I should, when I go to sell this house, I should be 3 out of 4 up. But no, I don't flip homes. But I was raised in a military family, and we moved quite a bit in my lifetime. I've moved probably more than most people, and I've lived in many, many states. Virginia, Texas, Arizona, California, Oregon. So 5 different states in my lifetime. I might even be able to throw Maryland in there. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It would have been short. Don't forget about me. Yeah, no, I could have. I probably could have, man. Pre-roll. 3 bonus share. I keep hearing about this, and I got to check into it. I wouldn't say that I'm a social butterfly. I really am kind of like a non-social butterfly, if that's a thing. Exactly, Tammy. Exactly. Does retail still own majority of the float? I would agree to that, Nikki. Yes. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about a stock split at all. Yes, myself. You. Yes, you. I grew up in that era, Nikki. I don't think I could listen to it again. Keto says if you look at SPY compared to AMC since January, we definitely look like negative beta. It's been a hot minute since we've checked out that site, Keto. And I'm pretty sure I keep it up here. Whoa. All right. So I'm gonna excite you guys here. This isn't my ad. I don't do stuff like this on this computer. So here we go. Yeah, I don't know what this picture is all about here, but I'm only going to this website because this is not an ad for me, guys. I don't understand what this is all about up here, but look, try to focus your eyes down below, where we have the stock beta calculator. Just and we're plugging AMC in here. This computer is not used for anything other than AMC. Start month. Let's see here. We're going to take a look at January of 2022. Let's see if we have enough data here to be able to include current to June 22 and see if we can calculate beta based off of that. We can. Okay. We have enough beta data here to calculate it, and it does. We are positive beta, 0.76. If we were a negative beta, it had been a negative beta. So we're positive beta to the rest of the market, which means we're not quite negative beta, which is the terminology that you're looking. What the heck is up with these advertisements up above? Are you kidding me? What's the deal? Oh my gosh, this page. Okay, enough of that. I'm really curious now, what happens when you guys go to that website? What kind of advertisements? Oh, now see, I just pulled it back up again. I just refreshed the website and it's much more healthy now. Well, the picture went away, but it was Texas top private. Let me see if I can get it back. It's nothing crazy now. Who's been using this PC? Anyways, I'm curious what you guys get for advertisements. What is going on here? The link that I'm going to post in here, guys, is for that beta check if you want to check it. You do need a few months worth of data. I think 6 months is good. 6 months worth of data is a good amount of data. Oh, stay golden, Pony Boy. That's it. I used to say that to a guy all the time. I don't know why. I always used to say that to him, though. That's it. Doug wants me to take a look at TBLT. Hold on one second, Doug. TBLT. Hopefully you've already gone to Fintel and looked to see what the total institutional ownership is on that. They currently have 11.16% short interest of the free float. Their cost to borrow is at 15.18, utilization at 100%. How much you want to bet February 7th was the day that they first had utilization at 100%? No, I was wrong. April 27th. Interesting. Yeah, I thought it might have been around the same time. Let's take out all this other data that's kind of noise in here and just kind of look at that security lending volume. Woo, look at that. Yep. I don't know how many. So the free float must be is it 1 million shares? Is that right? 1 million shares for the free float? Hold on. Yeah, 1.01 million shares for the free float. Very, very, very small company. 1 million shares for the free float. It's not very big at all. Shares on loan currently, estimated current amount is 112,000 shares, which is 11.16%. So cost to borrow is kind of high because they have loaned out a third. A third of the total amount of shares of the free float is how much they've loaned out. But this is going to be, this is, I cannot stress this enough to you guys. Anytime you're getting into a play, always go over to Fintel and just check and verify and see who owns it. It is probably one of the, make sure you click on US institutional ownership, and then just go in institutional shares. This is this is the very first thing. This is why you always look at this first thing. 16.5 million shares are owned long on this thing. One short only. One short only, 45 total institutional owners. They own 1,626.13% of the float, meaning that this is owned over 16 times. The float is owned over 16 times. 16 and a half, really. Yeah. This should be danger. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Always look at this number first. Very first thing you want to know about a company. Find out who owns it. Who are you up against? When you have to make your trades, are you up against people that you can actually beat in the trades or people that are going to stomp on you like an ant? That's what you want to know. Because that fight's going to be a fight that you're going to have to fight at some point. And you don't want to have to try to beat a Grandmaster chess champion in a game of chess when your money is on the line. Just saying. Trading days, can you do me a favor? Since you're saying that you're a real estate agent or you're a realtor, I guess that's the same thing, right? Real estate agent and a realtor. Can you do me a favor and look into something for me? And I actually had Pam looking into this, but she never got back into it for me. Could you please tell me if, and I don't want to make any assumptions as to where you live in the U.S. So please don't tell. You don't need to. I want you to be anonymous. But let me know if, and you should know this pretty easily, or shouldn't be hard to figure out very quickly. Are builders of homes taking, are they building on contingency? Let me know if that's true or false. If it's false, if you can't find builders that will build on contingency, that tells me something. And the other part to that too, trading days, is one more thing. Uh, if they're not building on contingency, why? Is it because they have enough? Is it a buyer's market and they have enough buyers that they don't need to, or other? Because that's actually really important to know too. Oh, come on, Sub has the boss. You can't just throw out words. You can't just throw out stock tickers. Come on. Apes R Us, it's funny, man. Scroll up. Hold on, I'm getting there. I'm trying to catch back up. Sorry. You know what, yo? If that were the case, then they would have nothing but stock stuff in there because I don't do anything on this computer like that at all. So there's no way. My browsing history does not suggest that kind of thing. It might identify me as a 45-year-old man, but it's certainly not advertising based on my history. Apes R Us says, I tried to explain suck, squeeze, bang, blow to these girls and I came across like a creep. Uh, I'm just, what I'm wondering in my head right now, Apes R Us, is I'm wondering about, why my auto shop teacher in high school, why he didn't come off as a creep. It probably depends on the person who's telling the story, on how a combustion engine works. Did you throw that in there? It really depends on how you tell the story. No, so what are you talking about? How can that be allowed? In my area, so many people are demolishing their old homes and building duplexes. Builders are making so much money. You do not live in the metaverse. Get out of here. Whatever. You know, this is that I have to give you this, Doug. That's a great example. That TBLT is a perfect example of how proving that we have more than the total amount of shares, it will do nothing. When you can see here, institutions own 1,626% of the total amount of shares of the free float, and nothing is happening with this. That is a great indication as to what proving we have more than the total amount of free float would mean. It proves nothing. It does nothing. It will not help us. Institutions can't even get it to do anything. What are you talking about, AP, as far as charging goes? It could be ABC. You can seriously buy. That's so crazy to me, guys. That's so crazy. You can buy property on the metaverse. Caitlin, hold on a second. Oh, son of a gun. I just closed it. Hold on a second. It's so frustrating. I hate it when I do that. All right, here we go. Based off the reporting here, and let me make sure I don't do an Al mistake and accidentally look up the wrong thing and duplicates. Let's see. Come on. It's not filtering for me. There we go. Some of the biggest holders of this is Renaissance Technologies, Vanguard, GSA Capital Partners, VT, SMX, Vanguard Total. So it's an index fund. Another Vanguard market index fund. And then the last big one is Geode Capital Management. Remember that their total float's only 1 million shares. So all of these institutions right here own 100%, 100% of the free float. And that's one. I shouldn't say companies because some of these are brokerages, but these investments own 100% or more of the free float. Renaissance Technologies LLC owns it 4.5 times over, and Vanguard owns it 4.1 times over. Oh man, I mean, you just can't make this stuff up. It's real. Alrighty, guys. It's time to take a look at our numbers. So let me do that. And then I think I'm going to take my break. And when I come back, we'll go over numbers one more time. And then I think it's going to be midday. I know it's going to be midday. And we'll cover some of the proxy material. Yes, I know, Caitlin. Imagine. Just you wait. Imagine. All right, take you guys over to the other page here. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Son of a gun. Give me 1 second while I move some stuff around. Alrighty, taking a look at off exchange. An hour ago, there was 50.83 and 15.04 in the EDGX. I would expect those to be around 49 and 11 to 12 on those. Let's see what they are now. 54.44 and 12.8. So a little high on the EDGX, really high on the off exchange. those two total numbers, totaling those two numbers, it comes out to 67.24, which is 3.24% higher than normal ending day off exchange volume. Ooh, I just noticed that I had that messed up. Give me 1 second here. There we go. Maybe we're gonna paint a little rock over here. Ah, there we go. Yeah, just maybe a little tree. Maybe a happy little tree over here. Looking at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, it's showing a borrowed amount of 94,000 shares. That's a decrease from what it was, but having very small impact on the estimated current short share interest of the free float, which dropped by 0.01 to 20.09. Cost to borrow at 20.72. For those of you who are just joining in today, the new share on loan amount is 159.83. If you want to know why that is, I guess ask, and I'll explain it. Taking a look at the options data, I feel like maybe I should just link it in the description for later. Let's see here. Taking a look at the options, the highest amount of options on the calls is currently at a $12 strike price. An hour ago, there's 5.7 thousand contracts. There's now 7.3. On the puts, an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at $11. That is still the case. It went from 1.9 to 2.6. It's like 2.5 to 1 ratio on calls versus puts, and market still kind of signaling for 11:50 close for the day today. Let's take a look at orders on Fidelity. AMC in 17th. We have a strong 70% buy to 30% sell ratio, which is higher than it was an hour ago by 1%. Jimmy has fallen off the list. Nope, they have not. They made it back onto the list. They're 29th right now, and they have a 61% buy to 39% sell ratio. SSR triggers at $10.33 and is on today from yesterday. Total amount of shares. There they come. Here they come. They're going to start being able to borrow a lot more shares with the return of those 30 million. Looks like they did borrow like 5,000 shares earlier. Let's see what other ETFs. ETFs look untouched. But no new shares having been borrowed. Fees are currently at 13.6%. 366,000 shares are out of the money on the calls versus 8.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 81.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 129.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.14, Dow Jones is down 0.38, and S&P 500 is down 0.27. The market is currently advancing over declining with 3,795 decliners to 3,074 advancers. The VIX is down 3.79% and at 32.73. IWM is down 0.56. Tesla is breaking even. Amazon is down 0.67. Cinemark is down 1.71. Doge is up 3.84. Bitcoin is up 0.37 and at 22.5. GME is up 1.8. HYMC is trading even. HOOD is up 1.14. NCMI is up 0.9 and AMC is up 0.57. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have 700,000 shares, roughly more of inflow than outflow. Volume for the day today is definitely being decreased. An hour ago, we were at a pace for 67 million shares traded for the day today. Let's see what it is after 101 minutes. 45.37 million shares is the pace that we're on today. I suggested in pre-market we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares traded for the day today. That's looking like it's going to be the case. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.61, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, what appears to be a pretty good divergence of those two numbers on the daily, with RSI at 42.04. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 43.67, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.4, which is just below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover in the last 10 minutes, with RSI at 48.43, which is just below average. Taking a look at where price is at and where it may be moving to. I think I'm not going to put anything in here for right now. I'm just going to put up the Bollinger Bands and basically state that this is now the second time that we've tested 11 and some change, and that there's a chance that we may test that a second or third time. My guess is that they're looking for paper hands right now. So we get these tops and bottoms bouncing off that $11 range. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. I'm going to start with Space Ape. We pay $17K a year on property tax. Oh, it just went away. $17K a year on property tax and have no children. Yeah. Caitlin says, imagine Vanguard and BlackRock are forced to liquidate all ownership in everything. Oh, I read that earlier. Boss just shouted you and your answer to Ortex out. That's awesome. Smart guy, that boss. He's a good guy. So Geraldo, not trying to be a jerk, so don't get angry. But let's talk about covering versus closing. Closing happens on a daily basis. Short interest is on a daily basis, is traded in and out all the time. It's a part of normal doing business. When you say covering, just so you understand the difference here, covering is a forced event. It's what happens when people are liquidated. They have to cover their positions. They're forced into doing an action that they don't want to do. So realize that there's a difference between covering and closing, because closing a position is something that somebody willingly does. They close it because they're more than likely making money. They don't usually willingly close positions unless they're making money. So the idea, what's up with turnover being 6 times the amount of total volume for past weeks? 6 times the total volume. I guess what you mean is like, for example, and I'm just trying to understand what it is that you're writing here, but you're saying like our average 3-month volume is 52.68 million shares traded on a daily basis, and you're wondering like, why is it 6 times? Why is it? I don't know what that would be 6 times of. I'm trying to understand the 6 times part of that. Oh, turnover. I missed the key word there. So volume. In regards to volume, turnover is just. Hold on a second. Let me look something up real quick. Okay. When in terms of turnover percentage, I want you to think of it as a indication of liquidity. So when so to share with you the definition, because I just pulled up the definition. Share turnover is a measure of stock liquidity calculated by dividing the total number of shares traded during some period by the average number of shares outstanding for the same period. The higher the share turnover, the more liquidity the company's shares are. So turnover is not what I think you think it is. Turnover just simply tells you that the higher the percentage, the more liquidity is or more available shares there are to move around. It's not necessarily a indicator of the ability to be able to what's the word I'm looking for? Let me look back at what you wrote. It's not an indicator. Let me see here. Hold on. I gotta go back to what it is you wrote. It's not an indicator of covering. It's an indicator of just share movement. It's not an indicator of anything else. And I would go a step further and tell you that on a daily basis, retail is only responsible for 10% or less of our total movement and volume. So the rest of that volume that's getting moved around is synthetic shares that are being traded amongst institutions to try and keep the game going. They're creating more liquidity to keep the game running. The more they do that, the more in the hole they are. So that's the way I would see when you're not seeing price dropping and you're seeing high liquidity, then likely what you're seeing is you're seeing manipulation of trying to hide price discovery. That's what you're seeing. And I would imagine that this week, Geraldo, you're actually going to see that turnover become much, much higher. And the reason for that is that there's a lot of open interest that has to be either closed or moved to a later date. So you're more than likely to see higher turnover this week with the quad witching than perhaps other weeks. I'm suggesting. I don't know that's going to be necessarily the case. We'll see. No, no, no. I understand, Geraldo. It's just I'm trying to. I feel like I'm a little bit trying to push the community to understand the difference between covering and closing, because covering is what we want. We want covering. We don't want. Well, closing is going to happen no matter what, one way or the other. There's just no way around closing. That's how the market trades. It's constantly opening, short interest, and it's closing short interest. It's just a daily occurrence. But the idea is we want to try and see as much open interest on the books as possible when we do start squeezing, because that's what helps perpetuate moving the price higher and higher and higher and higher. So the idea of closing positions is kind of sort of bad. The idea of covering is actually what we want. So when you suggest that people are covering, it makes that terminology is kind of like they're covering. That's great. That means margin calls, and we're not getting covering. Yeah. It just means more liquidity has been generated. I would say that's all. Monty says red box is falling like a knife. Man. I know I got it on here somewhere. There it is. I don't know about 34.35%. I don't know about falling like a knife well, it is moving exceptionally low, but it's more in the after hours is what probably killed it. than anything, there's your big drop right there. There's your big move from 1548 down to an opening price of 1115. So your big move happened in the aftermarket hours. This is why I tell you guys so often make sure you have aftermarket trading abilities, after-hour trading abilities, and pre-market trading abilities, because it makes a big difference. The amount of money that it can save you means a difference, a big difference. Yes, Geraldo, and that's you got it right now. So you're saying that so they're passing shares back and forth. That's why I think they're doing in the dark pools, therefore not reflecting total volume. It does actually reflect in total volume. You cannot hide volume from off-exchange trades. So that's why you're seeing such a high turnover, but you're not actually seeing any price change, right? Not a whole lot of price change, but a lot of volume. And that's your indicator right there. If somebody wants to talk about like what kind of indicators can you show me that prove that there's a lot of synthetic volume being traded in AMC, the answer is in what you're talking about right there. It's simply in the fact that you have high volume but no price movement. Liquidity. Where's the liquidity coming from? It's being created. It's being created and they can't hide it. They cannot hide that volume. It's a great point that you're making. And you're welcome. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of price discovery being lost in the off exchange for sure. I don't expect it to. Sub has the boss for the quad witching. No, 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 man. None of us are experts here, Geraldo. I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert. We're in this together, buddy. We're in this together. We're learning together, man. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Monty says no volume, no difference. This is so true, and I want you guys to recognize one thing here. I have said time and time and again, volume is everything. In regards to people who are pushing DRS, if you lock those shares away, you prevent volume. Volume means everything. If you prevent volume, you get nothing. All of the hedge funds would love for you to lock your shares up someplace so they don't have to push volume. Why? Because it forces them to do things they don't want to do, which is like loaning shares. Volume is so important. Go back to DFV. Look at DFV. Did DFV tell anybody to lock their shares away, or did he tell people that volume was important? Understand what your actions do in the marketplace. When you lock away volume, you're hiding your own price discovery. Force institutions to push volume. And I know that means that our shares are going to get lent through our brokers, and our brokers are going to make money off of us. But that's part of the process. You have to have volume. Locking your shares away in DRS is not going to help with price discovery. What's funny is that Webull turned it off after I mentioned it started happening, and then they turned it back on the next. I've been seeing a lot of that, and they report the data at the very end of the day on Webull. You're getting like an actual turn, like it shows turnover. Uh, Actually, you're right, it is showing again, and I did notice that from the past. They would show turnover percentage, but they wouldn't show the actual turnover value. But you're right, it is back on again. It comes and goes. You're right. You're not kidding because I was following that for a little while as well. Richard Desch says we shouldn't be trading more than 4 million per day. I wish I could high five you, man. I wish I could high five you right now, like legit. I don't know if you can see this or not. I don't know if you can see me in the big tramp over here. There you go, man. High five. I, you're right. We really shouldn't be trading more than 4 million shares a day. That's really the kind of range or the amount of buying pressure slash buying power that retail really has on any given specific day is somewhere around 4 million shares moved. And yet here we are sitting at 52.68 on average for the last 3 months. I don't know, ABC, but I'll tell you what, it's time for me to go to break, so I won't be saying liquidity anymore. Ah, okay, got you, Milo. Or I said Milo. Doug. I'm so sorry I said Milo. I don't know why when I see that I see Milo. It's Mello. I need a W, man. I need a W or it's Milo. It's just stupid me. Ignore me. Yep. And the fact that you can, pull up, companies that have 1,000, companies that you can pull up where they have 1,626% of their total free float locked away and ownership by institutions and nothing is happening means that it's not doing anything to the system, right? If institutions can't make something happen from locking the float, what in the world makes us think that we could do something from locking the float? It will cause nothing to happen. Uh, Synthetic price failure. Charlie, holy crap. It actually applies to just about everything in the stock market. Are you talking about synthetic? I feel like you're talking about something else. Casey, does SPF not apply to dividend stocks? It should apply. Are you talking about synthetic price failures? Because it should apply. But it's only going to really work on a heavily manipulated stock. I will say that. The more synthetics that exist in a stock, the more algorithmically traded that stock is going to be traded. So therefore, you're going to see more of an SPF effect on the nature of the price. But I'll tell you this: SPF does not. My percentages do not work on cryptocurrency. Uh, there is synthetic price failures on cryptocurrency, but they are different percentages. And I found it for Doge and didn't check it to see if it would fit other cryptocurrencies. But I was just looking for a test platform on something that traded high frequency and over long periods of time, and it was a perfect test bed for synthetic price failures. But I learned that they're different. They're different values. Yeah, it's really weird, Geraldo. It's on sometimes, off sometimes. Cassius, I'm with you, man. That's why I kind of you have to understand like the amount of participation in the community is limited, and so you have to kind of when you're talking about things, um, you have to remember that you're only going to get limited amount of participation. So the reason I don't bring up trading to the lit market very often, although you will find it in my description box under levels of participation, the level amount of participation from just beyond anything beyond buy and hold varies from person to person as an investor. And so it's actually it's my third level of participation. It's the last level. If you want to consider yourself a graduated diamond-handed ape, then that's your best way that you could possibly participate is by buying to the lit market through your broker. I know it should probably be higher on my list, but quite frankly, buying the ask market price is probably going to be, well, that's not necessarily true. It's actually buying to the lit market would be more beneficial, but trying to get people to actually route their orders to the lit market is so much harder to do than trying to just get people to slap that ask, to be frankly honest. I understood that dividend stocks don't have synthetics. No, I wouldn't say that that's true, Charlie. Like a repeating dividend stock? Because, hmm. Give me an example. Give me an example, Charlie, of a stock that you're referencing, and we'll look at it. I'm 100% with you, Geraldo, on the crypto quote unquote crash. The fact that people were liquidated. When you say coordinated short attacks for liquidity, the fact that there were people that were liquidated tells me that that's true. Big Tramp, is Bitcoin going to drop more? This is what I got, man. This is what I'm seeing. I've got 19.5 as the support level. If it breaks 1900, you could see this thing drop to 10 to 12, 10 and a half to 12,000 per coin. But I've been saying for a long time, once we broke hard past 28.8, this thing was going to drop like a rock, and there it is. You had your break, and it did. And the next stopping point, in my opinion, is 19.5. If it hovers slightly above 19.5 in the 2021 range, so be it. But if it breaks past 19, watch out. It ain't over. The bottom's not in. You know, Cassius, I don't disagree with you, but the problem is that the average investor doesn't want to take the time to do anything beyond just hitting a buy button. I know. Um, I get it. Um, you're making me feel convicted to start pushing it more. All right, I gotta get out to break, guys. I'm gonna head out and come back at 11:10. Uh, Thoughts on stocks that offer warrants? Um, the idea. I think there's a couple different stages because I think a lot of people are thinking about in advance, like where am I going to put my money after this is all over. A lot of people want to try to make money off of dividend stocks or warrant stocks, and uh, I think when you actually crunch the numbers on how much money you would have to invest into them to make it worth or profitable for a yearly income, I think it's a bad idea. I already went down the road and I did the calculations and I crunched the numbers and I just I don't see it. Uh, unless unless you plan on walking away from AMC with I don't know, just make up some kind of random number here, but if you plan on reinvesting maybe like $50 million back into the economy, then maybe you have enough to in dividends to be able to uh, retire and never have to do a thing again in your whole life. But I don't think you're going to have that kind of money, and I don't know. I think I think you'd be best off looking for different investments than that. Dividends are not where it's at, and I know that was probably the first place that I went into looking for how I would reinvest my money afterwards. And it's just not, it's not the way. You're not gonna, make your money that way. We're in a cool off period right now, Alex, I'd say. Um, come up with an answer later, Charlie, when I come back from my break. See if you can find out one. I mean, just do a little bit of research, come up with a stock name, and we'll take a look at it. I actually kind of want to, I want to cover it and look at what it is that you're talking about. Yes, Nikki's talking about the 272,000. She posted that to me last night. 272,000 crypto traders that were liquidated, and I talked about this earlier, Nikki, but that's insane. The word liquidated is extremely. Uh, I mean, if they truly and honestly got liquidated, which you showed me, one person said that they were. That's that's a whole different ballpark. I mean, we're playing with different kind of games here. Oh, you know what? I really don't have a whole lot of knowledge in that, Miss Tahiti. All right, when I get back, we can take. I mean, we can take a look at Microsoft. It might be the food you're eating, Space Ape. I don't know. I'm just gonna blame it on food. It's the food you're eating. It's the cigarettes. I'm out, guys. I'll see you in a little bit here. I'm gonna put the Bollingers back up, and again, it does look like we're kind of trending on a little bit of an upwards uh, ascending wedge. So price rising, volume falling. That could be a bearish breakout going down. I'm not going to draw it though. We're just going to keep the Bollinger Bands up for right now because I do think that it's going to drop back down to that 1111 range, or at least attempt to try to drive back down there. Cigarettes help you focus. That's because of the nicotine. You got to find something else that's going to another way to trigger um, a substance inside your brain that gets you focused better. And you're gonna have to figure out what that is. Make it caffeine or something. Um, but yeah, you're basically what you're struggling with right there, Space Ape, is addiction. That's what that is. And for somebody with ADHD, when you get addicted to something, your mind goes a million miles a minute. You got to get off of whatever it is you're on. You gotta start controlling the impulses. And if you can't control those impulses, you're never gonna be in control of yourself and the way that you think. So, I don't know what to tell you, man. I struggle with it. I struggle with it so much with addictions. It's really, really, really super easy for me to get addicted to something quickly. So I struggle with you, brother. All right, I'm out.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Alrighty. I'm back. And let me see here. MCon, I could try to find some more upbeat music. You never know what you're gonna get. So I'll try to find something a little more upbeat for tomorrow. I mooned you guys. Let's see here. So it's time to go through the numbers. Let's get that going. Let me refresh everything here real quick. Take you guys over to the other screen here. While I'm logging into Fidelity and moving a couple screens around. Starting with off exchange. Taking a look at that, it was 54.44 an hour ago and 12.8 for the EDGX. Let's see what they look like now. 55.08 and 12.73. Adding those two numbers together gives us a total of 67.81, which is about 3.81% higher than a normal average day of volume going through the off exchange. Taking a look at Ortex data, as of right now, there's a return of 196,000 shares. That's going to slightly lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.07%, cost to borrow at 20.07 or 20.71. For those of you who were not here earlier today, shares on loan are at 159.83, which is drastically down from yesterday's amount. The total change would be a 30 million share return on loans. Some of that, about 1/3 of that was 12 million shares of that 30 million was short interest. And the rest of it, the other portion of that, the 18% on top of that, was the just shares that were on loan that were returned. Man, I'm getting like a food coma right now from the food I ate. Updating options at a $12 strike price. An hour ago, there were 7.3 thousand contracts. There's now 9.8. And on the puts, highest amount of volume at $11 an hour ago was 2.6, is now 3.3. Market's still signaling for $11.50 close for the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC coming in 18th. We have a 70% buy to 30% sell ratio. That's looking really strong. GME had made the list earlier, but the volume's gone down again, so they've fallen off the list of most 30 heavily traded stocks according to Fidelity. SSR trigger price for the day today is $10.33. A million shares are now showing in available amount of shares available to borrow, with 810,000 shares in the ETFs. The borrow fee is at 14.2%. NASDAQ is up 0.16, Dow Jones is down 0.65, and S&P 500 is down 0.41. We currently have 3,980 decliners to 2,970 advancers. The VIX is down 2.73, IWM is down 0.61, Tesla is up 2.63, Amazon down 0.21, Cinemark is down 0.62, Doge is up 4.87, Bitcoin is up 0.9 at 22.6K per coin, and GME is up 2.94. HYMC is down 0.06, Hood is up 1.26, NCMI is up 1.35, and AMC is currently up 2.05%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have roughly about 500,000 shares or $500,000 more of inflow than outflow. 14.1 million shares having been traded so far, with almost being halfway through the day today. Looks like we're on pace for about 32.7 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested earlier in pre-market somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On the weekly time interval, the Vortex indicator showing more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.84, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.86, which is below average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.97, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.22, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.3, which is just about average. Very, very slow price increase right now. Let's get rid of the Bollinger Bands for just a second. I feel like we're on an ascending parallel channel, but let me just verify. I feel like we're pretty much on an ascending parallel channel right now. This will break out going down. This is a bearish indicator, meaning that when it does break out of this channel, there's a very good likelihood that price will start to fall below this bottom trend line as price is moving up. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes I find that Fibonacci levels tend to be constraints areas to where you see the breakout occur. So it could potentially be, it could climb as far as this high, consolidate in this period, and then break out going down. Sometimes I don't have all the Fibonacci's listed, which you can see here. I have quite a big spread here. There's probably another Fibonacci in here somewhere. It could actually be right here that I'm missing. If we went back and looked at support and resistance levels here, you can see that that's actually the truth. There's quite a few support and resistance lines here. So rated around like 1175. So you could see another point of consolidation happening right about there for a breakout as well. I'm drawing this right now, and it's right on smack dab where it's supposed to break out, but I can't help it. I got back from break when I got back from Brack from break. Let me see here what you guys are writing. Not that I'm aware of, Remtech. What makes you say that money-making tone? What makes you think that this is all over? And Mello, I see your writing. Randy's saying, "Hey Casey, I might be late, but can you explain to me how the current short interest dropped from 123 million to 103 million as price still drops?" The current short interest, let's pull that up and I'll show you what happened overnight. So last night they borrowed more shares. They borrowed about 30 million in security lending volume. And I'm just going to pull up the estimated short interest because I think that's what you're kind of talking about. How it went from, what were the numbers you gave? You gave 123. There's 120. I got 121. I don't see a 123 in here anywhere. So and I don't want to split hairs on the difference between a million and 1.2 million shares. But I see a drop from 121.85 down to 103.52. So really close to the numbers that you kind of gave there. But let me show you what occurred. And I'm going to zoom in just specifically on this point in time here so you can kind of see it a little bit better. They borrowed, and security lending volume is short-term loaned shares. So they borrowed 35.52 million shares yesterday. Those are usually considered short-term, very, very short-term borrowed shares, and they don't show up on cost to borrow. They do, however, impact utilization because those shares are being utilized. Hence the reason why our utilization has been at 100% since February 7th. But that's another story. Taking a look at the on loan amount that was on loan at the time, you can see that there was a drastic drop when they borrowed those shares and then used them to return shares. So we had on loan amount of 190.32, and then they returned, of those 190 million, they returned what did they borrow here? They borrowed 30. I'm gonna have to start memory. The security lending volume was 35.5 million. So they borrowed 35.5 million. They dropped the on loan amount from 190.32 down to 159.8, and so that's 30 million shares, right? So they used 30 million shares of the 35.52 to drop down on loan amount. Now, in regards to short interest, that dropped day over day. It dropped from 115 down to 103. It didn't really drop from 123 or 121.85. It really dropped from 115.57 down to 103.52. So they closed out about 12 million shares in short interest using those 30 million. Part of the shares, so basically like 12 out of the 30 million shares that they used for closing out positions was short interest, 12 million, and 18 million was used for paying off older loans that they had on their books. That's where it all went towards. So what did they do? Essentially, they used borrowed shares to pay down borrowed shares. That's what happened. Borrowed shares to pay down borrowed shares. They used a credit card to pay off a credit card, and that's why you're seeing a spike in security lending volume right now. They will very oftentimes, and when I say they, I'm speaking about those who hold short interest, will oftentimes close out short interest just before a big price increase. So the reason being is that they don't want short interest on the books when price starts to rise. That is super, super dangerous, right? We all know infinite losses on any kind of short interest you have open. So closing out short interest immediately when you know price is going to start rocketing is usually a smart thing to do. In which case they're just now concerned about loaned shares that they have to take care of instead of short interest. But they didn't take care of all of it, right? Because we still have 103 million estimated shares of short interest. So they didn't take care of the entire problem. They only took care of 12 million of it. Or if you want to count how much it was a few days ago, they took care of 21. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They took care of 18 million of it. So the other portion to this is obviously when you remove short interest or you close short interest, It's going to drive down your estimated current short share interest of the free float. But what I want you to notice is that here with utilization is that utilization never changed. It never dipped. If there was an actual return on loaned shares, right? If they didn't borrow it up to, if they just returned shares but they didn't borrow shares to return them, you would have seen a drop in utilization. But in this particular instance, the reason that you know that they actually borrowed shares to drop the amount of borrowed shares that they already had is you can see that utilization still represents 100%. And so it all makes perfect sense. And it also makes sense why cost to borrow is still very, very high. The shares are still out there. They're still being lent. They're just not on shares on loan. They're on a different kind of loan called security lending volume, which is a very short-term loan and it's not reported to the shares on loan portion. It's a separate. Look it up. Look it up on Investopedia. Security lending volume, and you'll see what it is. So it's I think it's bullish from my perspective. I think it's very typical for them to remove short interest before seeing a price run. And as you all or some of you may be aware, I am extremely happy when I see on loan average age per day dipping. Why? Because that's been one of the most steady indicators to a future price increase. And when this thing starts dipping, whenever it finds a bottom, sometime within 15 business days, we have a big increase in price. And it just dipped because of the fact that they just paid off those loans. So I don't know where the bottom on this is, but it's dipping, and that's a good sign. Let's see here. I'm reading what you guys are saying again here. Alan says, "Hey Casey, just curious, did you ever watch FOMO consulting videos? He was pretty good, but disappeared out of nowhere. Was one of the first people I started watching that got me in AMC. I don't FOMO consult. No, I don't remember that one." Big Tramp says, "Casey, your thoughts on the SPY going up in the after hours and drop immediately?" Let me check it real quick. To be honest with you, I haven't seen that. So let me just check it. Yeah, okay, so who said this? No, it wasn't Alan. Big Tramp, same thing across the board on a whole bunch of different things. This right here is, we've been seeing this. This is, from what I can gather, this is JP Morgan trading. They're doing something through an off exchange that's affecting prices across the board on lots of different equities and ETFs. So if you look at AMC's got it in the aftermarket hours. If you look at Tesla has it in the aftermarket hours. If you look at Amazon's got it in the aftermarket hours. Cinemark may not have it. Nope, they even had it in the aftermarket hours. Let's see, GME didn't have it. Not everybody's being affected by this, but there are definitely a lot of different equities that is being seen on across the board. Hood has it. NCMI doesn't look like they have it. But yeah, it might even be an IWM. IWM's been hit or miss. You can see every once in a while there's a big change. There's one spike right there on IWM a couple days back in the aftermarket hours. It is off exchange and traded through something that's called ADF. And the only participant in that FinTel exchange is JP Morgan. I've reached out to JP Morgan to try and figure out what it is exactly that they're doing and why it's impacting or showing up on the system. I have not heard back from them yet. It could be, Caitlin. In regards to what it is that you're saying there, that could be the case. Let's take a look at it. I'm going to show you here how what it is that you're saying may be the case. Let's take a look at last year when we had the run-ups on AMC. Let's look at the security lending volume that occurred during those periods of time. Actually, let me go back a little bit before January. Notice not a whole lot of security lending volume occurring before the January run-up. The January run-up, let me draw this out here. The January run-up is right here. There's your January run-up. Oof, I cannot draw an arrow. There you go. January run-up is right there, and you can see security lending volume starting to increase going into January, right? So definitely higher amounts of security lending volume just before price run-up. And notice on loan average age per day dropping, they did the same kind of thing in January of last year. Moving over to June, it looks like the elevated levels of security lending volume that occurred between January and June of last year, it subsided during certain periods of time, like in here, here, and here, and here. But there were still spikes in the security lending volume that occurred at certain individual points in time. And there were reasons for that. Having to do with, I believe, failure to delivers that were occurring during that period of time, and they were using those shares to cover those failure to delivers. That is covering, by the way, because it's forced. So yeah. Then if I were to move this chart over a little bit for the security lending volume, you'll see that it started to die off as price started moving down for the rest of the year last year. And then boom, we had this like amazing spike in security lending volume right here on February the 7th. And guess what? Utilization spiked right when that happened. Right when it happened, because those shares are being utilized. And they never stopped being utilized. Those shares are still on loan. They've been on loan since February 7th. And yeah, that's a long time. So yes, I do agree with what it is you're saying there. I do think we're going to see some more security lending volume coming in. I agree. That seems to be the MO over time. People are saying that the lender recalled the shares they didn't use, saying it's a good thing for us. That could be a possibility. The only problem that I have with that, though, is that they just lent more shares to do that. I don't know how you would well, I guess it's possible. I don't know that to be a fact yet, but I mean, you can definitely see what occurred. You can definitely see that they returned shares and now they have them on a short term lending, security lending. I don't know what to call it. Security lending something. Hold on a second. Security. Contract. Didn't know what to call it. Can you please clarify how or why an oversold float helps fuel the squeeze? I always go back to the reference of a balloon and the amount of created liquidity in a market is the elasticity of a balloon, and there's only so much the balloon can be blown up. So as the balloon is being filled up with air, which is our buying pressure, eventually the balloon pops, and that's what helps drives a squeeze play. So in regards to overage amounts, I wouldn't really say that it helps. It's just part of the process of what it is that you need to see have happen. Because as we've all recently heard straight out of the mouth of an institutionalist, there is infinite amount of liquidity that can be created. Just because it can be created doesn't mean that the system doesn't prevent it from blowing up at some point. So yeah, there's all the air you want in the world, but it doesn't mean you can breathe it all. You know what I'm saying? Like your body can't breathe all the air you want to. There's tons of air everywhere, but you can't breathe it all. Sorry. That's essentially what it comes down to is that it's not um, that's how it helps to the liquidity is what is the pressure that blows up that balloon and then pops it. Randy says one more question, Casey. What indicator should we look for if they started the squeeze beside price going up? I mean, there's a lot of things I could say here, but I think the thing that we really need to see, Randy, is we need to see people walking out of the institutions with boxes in their hands and their belongings inside those boxes. That's ultimately what we need to see have happening. That's how we know this is truly and honestly over. Money making tone, there won't be a squeeze. Feds and government are working to not let that happen, wouldn't you? I would work to mitigate the squeeze impact on the rest of the economy. But in order to do what it is that you're saying to have happen, in order for them to completely stop it, you would be turning a capitalistic market into a socialistic market. And for the government to step in and take control and say, we're not going to let this happen, would turn our entire market upside down and drop like everybody's faith in our market and our system would be crushed overnight. And everybody would have mass panic. It would be like banks telling you you can't withdraw money anymore because your money's not safe. That's what it would be like. And so they risk just as much from trying to turn this into a socialist takeover of our markets as they do from letting the squeeze hurt the markets. So the answer to your question is can they mitigate without actually controlling? And the answer is yes. There are certainly things that they can do to help mitigate a squeeze play, but they can't stop it from doing what it needs to do without complete takeover and turning our entire market into a socialist market. There's just no way. Watcher 2000 says, Casey, what is this BS on I'll tell you what, Watcher, I just went through that like just a little bit ago. Rewind just a little bit. Look for when I came back from break. It's not too long ago. Look for Ortex data to show up on the screen. I just went over it. It's not it's benign. It's essentially, and I can just break it down to a couple words for you. They loaned shares to pay loans. That's what occurred. When if you look at the formula for how days to cover is calculated, Watcher, it's simply the amount of shares that are traded in a single day on an average 3-month volume, depending on which indicator you're looking at. But based on a 3-month average volume, it's your total amount of volume divided by how many shares are on loan. Currently, we have an average 3-month volume of about 52 million. If we have 100 and what is it now, 150 million shares on loan, that would take 3 days ish, almost exactly. So it should be reporting just slightly under 3, I would assume. I'm guessing off the top of my head. Let's pull it up and look and see what it is. Days to cover currently showing, oh, it's actually showing 3.05. It's just slightly more. 7 days ago it was 3.5. That's because we had 190 million shares. That's why it would take 3.5 days. It's just simple. It's a simple calculation, and understanding that when you take down the amount of shares that are on loan, it's going to change the amount of days that there is to cover. And so that's what we just saw have happen is they returned 30 million shares by borrowing other shares that aren't reported, and that's why you see days to cover dropping. Gary says, I'm on the phone with JP Morgan trying to get my shares that I want to buy to make sure they go through the lit. Let's see what happens. I don't know. So we talked, Gary, we talked last night with, there was a group of us that talked with Darth Walt, and I believe that he was saying that there was only uh, three brokerages that allow trading through the IEX. And then I think he was also, and don't quote me on this, but I think he was saying that the only other way is the NYSE. And so therefore, I'm going to guess that you probably don't have um, that ability with JP Morgan, but check into it. Don't let that stop you. Jordan says it sounds like you still believe America is a capitalistic country, and I do, yes, firmly. Um, hmm. One second. That's close. Let's see. What do I want to say to that? So I haven't finished my research on that yet. PC3. What I will say is this: based on my research, it appears that when AMC moves from the Russell 2K to the Russell 1K, that we're going to have less shares that are needed to make up the ETFs that they're moving to, that they have to shift the shares to. So the shares are gonna shift from one ETF to another ETF, which are the approved Russell 1000 ETFs, and our market cap is what dictates how many shares that need to be in that ETF, and so there's gonna be a rebalancing. The part that I can't figure out, and I'm still trying to work on this, and we might need to get David Lauer on this or somebody else who's a little bit smarter than me, or any of the people that I've talked to, because a lot of us don't know what the answer to this is what happens when they have excess shares in an ETF that are no longer needed because when it transfers to the new ETF, they're excess shares, more shares than they need. I don't know if those shares become available to lend or if those shares are just sold into the marketplace. I'm not sure. I have not been able to find any kind of documentation on that. However, I do have to say that Pantheon linked me to some of the protocols that are involved, and it's a 50-page document, and you know how I hate reading. So I'm trying to go through that document, and on top of that, I have the proxy stuff that I wanted to kind of talk about, and I was going over that as well. So it's kind of on the back burner. We have until the 24th, which is like 10 more days, but there is the one thing that I do want to say is that when GME went from the 2K to the 1K, not a whole lot happened except for volume increasing. Shares I think were relatively close to the same on the ETFs due to their market cap at the time. And so there may not have been a whole lot of a shift needed when they switched from the 2K to the 1K. Our position is a little bit different. We've got huge amounts of cost to borrow. We've got huge amounts of shares on loan. We have huge amounts of short interest. The idea that we may see something more potentially explosive occur when that happens is a possibility, but I don't know. The simple answer is I don't know. We're going to have to see what happens. Leon says, Casey, do you have a fail safe to make sure you don't go deep in your head with AMC? No. No, I don't, Leon. I really don't. You're what you see is what you see is a person who is when he focuses on something, he focuses very hard, intensely on it, and he can't take his eyes off of it until he forces himself to move on to something else. So, um, at some point I'm either going to have to force myself to move to something else and have more of an addiction to whatever it is that I'm doing besides AMC. And hopefully it's a healthy addiction. But you're talking to an AMC addict is what you're talking to. I am an AMC addict for sure, and I try to balance life and AMC, and I'm not always successful, but I try. It's a great question, Hoback. The answer to your question is that um, if enough shares are sold in the market, covering, sorry, closing positions is a possibility and not having a squeeze. So when in terms of buy and hold and having diamond hands, and us getting what we want for our price instead of just selling a little bit to try and make money along the way, that's the harmful part, right? Because if they get enough shares sold back into the market, that will end the squeeze. The only way we have the quote unquote MOASS type squeeze is, like I said, if people pack up their boxes and start walking out of hedge fund buildings with their belongings in their boxes. That the margin calls that were the liquidations are door shutting liquidations, not not the kind of stuff that allows them to skate off the hook. So it will depend upon us on when we sell as to whether or not we're going to get large amounts of money. It's all in our hands. It literally is completely in our hands to decide how high this is going to go. Danny, how's it going? But Donkey Kong says I'm also an AMC addict. There's no other way to put it, really. It's just it is what it is. You're welcome, Leon. Um, I guess you're welcome. It's my choice. You don't have to thank me. I choose to do this. No, PC Theory, we had that on Mediocre's Discord. We didn't do it on my Discord because I was asked to bring him to a location to talk. When I say him, I'm talking about Darth Walt. I was asked to bring him to that location to talk to specifically people who had questions, who had heard him originally speaking when he was shut down, and so I honored that request and I wanted to be there for a part of that. So it was just a special um, meeting of people who wanted to talk together. Einstein says, in my opinion, bankrupting them is more potent than jail. And it's like the walk of shame, legitimately. And quite honestly, the only way that you ever get the discovery of the market manipulation is to force them to close the doors. So the only way, if any of you guys, and this is my opinion, but the only way that these people will ever see justice in terms of what it is that they've done with market manipulation will be through the closing of their doors. That's the only way. Otherwise, they're just going to get away with what they've done for a long, long time, and some of us will get paid out smaller amounts than normal, and we move on with life. Yeah, man. I've always thought about Leon. I always thought about Roaring Kitty, DFE, whatever you want to call him. I always thought about how when he got up in front of Congress and had to testify about how he said, I just love the stonk." Um, I've always wondered, like, if I ever had to be called in front of a prestigious group of people, would I would I have enough composure to do what it is that my lawyers told me to do, and just say that I just love the stonker? Would I go off the deep end and say things that I shouldn't say and find myself in jail or whatever? Because to be very honest with you guys, if it comes down to the point to where I would ever have to testify in front of the House, I would call them out on a lot of BS. And I would probably get thrown into jail for contempt or something like that. Not content. I can't say the word. Content. I can't say the word. It's not content. I can't say it. I'm not even gonna try. The yoga class that I had earlier, I didn't have no yoga class. What do I think are smaller? It's just far less than what we could possibly get. I have no idea, PC3. I know everybody wants to know prices, right? I have no idea. I'm telling you right here and now, I have no expectations on what price is going to get to. I'm going to watch what you are doing. I'm going to find out what every single one of you are doing, and I'm going to base my decisions off of what you're doing. It is fully possible for me to sell on the backside of the squeeze and know what it is that you've done and still make an appropriate decision and get to within the top 25%, 25 to 15% of the top. And I'm going to do that. That's my plan. You don't have to follow me. You can do whatever it is you want to do. Uh, you know, but I'm going to watch what it is you're doing. The only way that I can make myself successful is to monitor what it is that you're doing. Because I have looked at this thing from upside, downside, left side, right side, over, above, underneath, inside, outside, every way you can possibly look at this. And there's very, very, very few indicators that will tell you when a squeeze is going to be over. But the great news is that they're very, very easy indicators to monitor. That's probably by far the best part about it. Anthony says, so Casey, the most important thing about moving from Russell 1K, moving to the Russell 1K is that AMC was top holding in Russell 2K and they shorted it to hold back. AMC cannot be targeted in this way in the Russell 1K with big boys shielding. That's what I tried to look up too, Anthony. I was trying to find that information and I couldn't find it anywhere because I know I had heard that information before in the past from a long, long time ago that Russell 1K is not heavily shorted. And I went to go look at some of the ETFs and there is less shorting on the Russell 1K than there is on the 2K, but I can't find any documentation anywhere that specifically says that they can't short the ETFs as heavily on the 1K. I couldn't find it anywhere. So I agree with what it is you're saying because I know I've heard it before, but I just can't find the documentation to prove it. But the other part to that is that um, you know what's going to happen to all those other extra shares? There's a lot of extra shares that are in those ETFs and IWM, and when they switch over to the IWB or IWF or whatever it is, they switch over to IW. I don't know. I think it's gonna be B. When it switches over to IW, and I'm just using BlackRock as an example because there's obviously other Russell 1K ETFs, but and oh, by the way, we're not the largest holding. Our largest holding is actually not in um, a Russell 2K. Well, actually, it is. It's IWM. We're not the top holding. Let me put it that way. We're not the top holding in IWM, but our largest holding is in IWM. Contempt. I don't know why I can't say contempt. It sounds so weird to me. contempt. Not right now, Leona. Not right now. I normally do, but in this particular situation for the last year, well, let's see, I got in at the end of January of last year, so a year and 5 months. It's just been AMC, and I take that back. I did buy 2 shares of GME that I sold. Don't tell GME. I sold. If there's any one thing I could take back from this play so far that I've done in this entire history, Leona, was selling those 2 shares of GME for more AMC. I would have taken that back. Not because I want GME, but because it doesn't meet the whole idea of buying and holding. And that's more important to me now than it ever has been. And I'm a little ashamed. I'm ashamed that I sold those 2 shares. Pro Jeweler says, I'm glad to know your brain is as messed up as mine. I'm glad I can admit it. All right, numbers. Got it. Yeah, well, I wasn't meditating. Yalka Frida, how's it going? I'm just going to try to skim to the end here. Do you think it's too early to talk to a financial advisor? Hell no. Do it now. Start. Get out there. Okay, right. I get it, Anthony. I get it. I understand that part of it, but I don't. I mean, is that the only thing? Is that the only reason why? Thick says reverse repo in 5 minutes. All right, I went through and covered everything that you guys are saying there. Let's see here. Let me cover the numbers with you guys. Anthony, thank you for saying that, though. I appreciate that. I mean, I understand what it is you're saying, and you're absolutely right. I guess I don't really need to find the information. It's right there in front of my face. Well, good point, Anthony. That's a damn good point. I got nothing on that. I just thought that there was a rule somewhere that required shorts to not be able to short against the Russell 1K, but I guess maybe I was just mistaken, which it happens. I've been wrong before. As of right now, off exchange showing 55.54% traded in volume through the off exchange, and EDGX at 12.6. The totaling of those two numbers is 68.14, which is 4.14% higher in volume normally traded through the off exchange. Taking a look at Ortex data. Raised the estimated current short share interest of the refloat to 20.07%. Cost to borrow is currently reporting 20.4 as an average. Taking a look at the options. It's a really Anthony, you brought up such a great damn point. Thank you. I don't know why I was looking for that information. It was sitting right in front of me the whole time. It's obvious. They're not going to short things like Apple and Microsoft and all that stuff. You're right. I hate it. I hate it when the obvious stuff is makes me stumble. At a $12 strike price, at 9.8 thousand contracts, last hour it is now up to 11,000 contracts. An $11 strike price, an hour ago there was 3.3 thousand contracts open. There's now currently 4,000. So almost a 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, still signaling for 11.5 close for the day today on low volume. AMC currently, let's see here, 18th position, most heavily traded stock on Fidelity with a 70% buy and a 30% sell ratio. I think GME's fallen off the list, too low volume to make the top trades, top 30 list of trades on Fidelity. SSR is 10.33. Shares available to borrow, still 1 million. Let me just refresh to make sure it's accurate. Yep. And ETFs, no borrowing. So no new borrowing. Fees are at 14.2%. Currently, there's 366,000 contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 8.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 81.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 129.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Freaking Anthony the genius. You're so smart. You're right. NASDAQ is up 0.55, Dow Jones is down 0.33, S&P 500 is down 0.11. We currently have 3,800 decliners to 3,201 advancers. The VIX is down 3.26 and under 35. IWM is down 0.34. Tesla is up 3.88. Amazon is up 0.07. Cinemark is down 0.55. Doge is up 4.08. Bitcoin is up 0.44 and at 22.5. GME is up 5.47. HYMC is down, breaking even. Hood is up 1.73. NCMI is up 1.35 and AMC is up 2.83%. We currently have 2 million, it's actually 1.3 million shares roughly in more what am I saying? We have roughly $1.3 million more in inflow than outflow. 16.81 million shares traded for the day today after about a half hour beyond the midway point of trading. Which puts us on a pace for 29.1 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested earlier in pre-market we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million, so we're going to probably hit that pretty successfully. Even with volume increasing right now on this raise in price, it's kind of interesting. We broke out of this ascending parallel channel, but I wouldn't really call that a breakout. It was more like a sideways trading, and then it like suddenly got back up into that channel again. So maybe we'll see this continue to rise up and maybe attempt to break out further. I don't know. We'll see. It's kind of interesting how that worked out right there. Taking a look at our intervals with the vortex indicator and RSI, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure on a weekly time interval, with 3707 being the RSI, 37.03 rather, which is below average. And on the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.77, again, just slightly below average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.69, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we've had a crossover within the last 30 minutes with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.81, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.13, which is very above average and getting close to signaling overbought. We are getting a nice little run up here on the top side of this. Volume's increasing. We're currently getting just slightly more than 60,000 shares a minute, which is not very high. So not really high volume as price is moving here. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. I'm not saying it's the catalyst, Dr. Zeno. It's just that they're not going to short the ETFs as much. It's not going to be as heavily, like they're not going to be able to get shares to lend from the ETFs as easily. That would be the point. And because our market cap is so low in contrast to other companies that have higher market caps, there's going to be less shares of inventory available to lend out of that ETF, out of any of the ETFs that are in the Russell 1K. You know, Anthony, I wanted to talk about this, but I just couldn't remember. I couldn't remember where I had seen this information before, and I was trying to find, because I knew that it was, I had known that it was less shorted on the ETFs, but I couldn't remember where the information came from, and I didn't want to talk about it unless I could remember why it was that the ETFs were um, less heavily shorted. Because, like I said, I went through and I look at the ETFs to see what the shorting uh, percentage is, and they're lower. They're much lower, if hardly anything at all. So I knew it to be true, but I just didn't want to talk about it until I could find the information. And of course, it was sitting right in front of me the whole time. It's who's invested in it. El Dodge says, "Shake it off, Casey." I can't help it, man. Again, addiction, man. I can't. I am probably the worst person in the whole wide world at beating a dead horse. I really love beating dead horses. Apparently, that's what I got told a lot when I was younger. You're right. I'll shake it off. Not really pro jeweler. I know what you're thinking of, and I want to see a side by side like that because that's what I was looking for, but I don't think you can find it. That's exactly what I was looking for, though. Yeah. So they're supposed to they're supposed to sell the positions. I believe they're supposed to sell the positions out of IWM and buy them into. I think it's going to transfer to IWB. I think. So we should see them move the shares now. Tony Denaro did a little bit of investigating and looked last year on the 25th of June last year, and GME had some elevated volume during that period of time. Let's just take a look at volume on GME. Excuse me, GME from last year. June 25th is when GME moved from the Russell 1000 or from the 2000 rather to the 1000. And let's just kind of take a look at volume on the 25th. So let's see, January, April. Oh wait, that's current. So here it is right here. 25th of that's May, June, right there. This spike right here is the day that there was a spike in volume in GME, where potentially some of the transfers were made. Could it have been that some of the volume that was from back here from a month prior been a part of it? It's possible, but more than likely these two big days of volume right here were probably more likely responsible for GME. Now we don't watch on this channel GME's volume very much, so the question becomes is 12.693 million in volume a large number for GME? Well, I mean, we can go over there and we can check and see 12.693 and see what that looks like. That's like doubling the volume for their average, right? So for us, it would end up be looking like, it's actually slightly more than double. Back in June of last year, volume would have probably been higher on average. In fact, let me pull that other chart back over real quick. Some of the days leading up to it, volume was around 3.8, 3.5. Here's an 8.2. This one is 5.12, 4.3. Yeah, so it's about the same. It's kind of roughly around the same around that time period or that time frame. So volume on the 25th, the day that they had the reconstitution from the rebalancing, um, they exceeded their normal volume by, at least double. So if you come down to AMC and you look at that, okay, well we might have 100 million shares traded on the 24th. That's what that may mean. But I can almost guarantee that when they transfer shares from one ETF to another, it's just all going to be done through off exchange. There's not going to be a whole lot of price discovery seen from that. The only thing that, again, that I don't have an answer for is what happens to the additional extra shares, because I know we're moving in to the Russell 1000 with a larger or a smaller market cap than most companies, and it's going to put us lower on the list, which means that a lower amount of shares will be needed. So, for example, right now, just as an example, IWM holds 11 million shares of AMC. There may only end up needing to be 3 or 4 million shares for when they transfer over to like IWB. And so what's going to happen with those other 5 or 6 million shares or 7, 8 million shares, however many shares it is, what's going to happen to those shares? Are they going to be sold into the market, or are they going to be used by a institution to lend? What's going to happen with those shares? I don't know the answer. I have no idea. My guess is they would just be sold into the market, but I don't know. Thick says reverse repo is 2.223 trillion, another all-time high. Guess they're not ready to let this thing run yet. Max Payne is 16, Dr. Zeno. Jay, welcome back. We actually ate Taco Bell last night. And ever since I took our beach trip, I haven't been the same. just, just throwing that out there. Probably TMI, but I just haven't been the same. It's almost like I've been eating Taco Bell on a daily basis. We did have a run up to the top side of this ascending parallel channel. It did break out of it just ever so slightly before returning back down into it again. It's kind of an interesting pattern. We'll have to see where this goes. So when shares are sold back into the market, Anthony, that buying pressure, or let me rephrase that. The demand for those shares will be really, really great, and so the buying pressure will more than likely cause a lot of lending of shares to suppress price as that happens. But those shares will probably be picked up pretty quickly if that's the case. If they are sold into the market, they will be picked up quickly. And I think you could tend to see some price discovery from that. That usually generates volume. Jay says you need to get me in mediocre on that Peloton. Jay, I appreciate the fact that you're trying, man, but I just, it's like I was saying earlier, um, in life with addiction, man, I'll tell you what, Space Ape, when I was talking to him earlier, when you have ADD like I have, you have addictions to things. And for a period of time in my life, I was doing triathlons, and man, I'll tell you what, I was an incredibly focused person on triathlons, and um, I had an accident at one point, and kind of changed my perspective on what I was doing and how much time I was spending doing it. And it was kind of that moment where I decided that that was no longer going to be my addiction anymore. So part of me is hesitant to go back to it because I really like to excel at what it is that I do. I don't like to just half-ass anything. And unfortunately, right now, for as out of shape as I am, I need to kind of half-ass my way into something. Because if I go full board at this age, I might not wake up the next day. The Big Tramp says, Casey, you think by them moving to the Russell 1K might be for them to have an excuse why AMC is going to run? I don't know, man. I'm really not trying to suggest the Russell 2K to 1K switch is going to make the difference, but I am saying that there are differences between our switch and GME switch for sure. There's big differences. I don't know whether or not, because nothing really seemed to happen for GME, so nothing may happen for us. But I do know that if they sell those shares into the market, anytime shares are sold into the market, that does create buying pressure. Cuddy Cut says I need a loofah break. What the heck? What the heck is a loofah? Guys, we need to talk about shareholder vote in 2 days. I was going to dedicate this time. We got about 30 minutes to kind of talk about it here before I have to do the next reading on the numbers. So I'm going to stop reading what it is you guys are talking about, and I'm going to kind of talk a little bit. And I know I've already presented this information to you before, but we are 2 days away. You have today and you have tomorrow to vote on your shareholder um, votes. So if you received your material and you care, if any of this information is something that changes your mind on how you want to vote, you can always change your vote. I'm not here to try and change your mind or tell you what to vote for. I'm going to just simply express to you some of the things that I found very interesting in the proxy when I was looking through it. So let me share that with you guys now. I'm going to start with the very first section. A lot of you guys have seen this already, but not everybody has. So I'm going to start. Um, I'm going to start the proxies approximately. The proxies approximately. Let me see here. The proxy is a total of. Give me a second. 60 pages long. So I'm going to do it 20-page increments. I'm going to do 20 pages. Actually 30-page increments. I'm going to do 30 pages today, and I'll do 30 pages tomorrow. And then you guys can look at that information and decide what it is that you want to decide from that. So let's kind of cover this real quickly. First off, the vote expires, or the results of the vote for the shareholder kind of elections tally is going to occur at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time on the 16th, which is 2 days from now, the day after the Fed meeting, which is tomorrow. So what are we voting on? There's 3 specific votes that we have. One is to elect board members or directors, and the following nominees are for the next term, which is until 2025. And we have Adam Aaron, we have Howard Hawkach. I'm trying so hard not to say it the way I normally do. Kathleen M. Pavlis, and Dr. Anthony J. Sach. Those are the 4 individuals who we're voting for. The second part of the vote is to ratify the appointment of Ernst & Young LLP as our independent registered public accounting firm for 2022, which we registered them as our public accounting firm last year. And number 3 is to conduct a non-binding advisory vote to approve the compensation of named executive officers. Compensation of named executive, to conduct a non-binding advisory vote to approve the compensation of named executive officers. I can tell you right now, guys, that on number 3, I'm going to do something a little unusual, and I'm probably not going to dive into that very deeply. And the reason for that is that you either agree or you don't agree with their payment structure. I don't think it's appropriate for me to tell you anything unusual about it because it's subjective. It's extremely subjective to industry standards, the goals that they've met within the year. It's really something that you guys are going to have to go into and look at it yourself and decide whether that you think that it's right or not. However, talking about Ernst & Young LLP and talking about the 4 different board members, I will do that as I feel that's a little bit more appropriate. I'll try to read what it is you guys are saying here on the side because I can see it. What did Gus say? I missed it. Done did vote. Okay, cool. If anybody has questions as to you didn't get your proxy material, or I didn't get a vote, or where can I vote at, all that information I can give to you, and all you have to do is ask. I will supply right now the information to contact DF King and Company Incorporated, which is their proxy solicitor. And I'm actually going to post that up right now so that you guys have that opportunity to be able to do what it is that you need to do. Holy cow, it's off by one single. Okay. And I'm going to pin this to the top. So if you want to, if you want to be able to contact them for this, go for it. That gives you a collect or toll-free number and an email in order to have any of the questions you may have or may not have. If you just want to talk to somebody, no, don't bother them. John says 6.5 hours in, 1.5 speed. I finally caught it up to you live. That's good to know. Welcome to the slow version. Ah, yes, Kathy. So you did not get a vote and you live in the UK. That is a common problem. Not everyone in the UK gets a chance to vote. It depends on the broker. And Adam Aaron has said that before in the proxy, and not the proxy, but the shareholder meetings. And he says you need to contact your broker and find out if they'll let you vote. You may not have the ability to vote. Well, actually, you already know you don't. But you need to contact your broker if you want to vote, and they may not be able to help you. I have no idea, Dan. That's actually the first question that I had when I saw that as well. I was like, really? Like, that's even a thing anymore? Whatever. I don't know, man. Some who knows? I really don't know the answer, man. That was the exact same thing I said too when I saw it. Let's see here. All right, so going over the proxy. Some of the interesting facts. First off, voter eligibility closed on 4/22 of 22, which means that if you bought your shares on 4/23, which is probably not even a possibility because I imagine that's probably a weekend. Let's go back and see. Indeed, it is a weekend. So if you bought your shares on 425 or later, then you are not, those specific shares are not going to be eligible to be voted on. So just throwing that out there. Dan says, remember 10, 10, 3, 2. The heck is that? What? Oh, that's no, I don't know what that is. Isn't that a song or something? I don't know. So here's one of the interesting facts that I found in the first portion. Hold on a second. Let me just reread this real quick. Yeah, I'll start on this one. The board of directors has 2 empty seats as Class 3 directors, and this is found on page 12 of the proxy statement. And I'm just going to show you a quick graphic on this real fast, just so you guys can kind of visualize. And this is actually what they provided in the proxy statement as well. But the board members that exist at this time are Adam Aaron, Hawk Koch, Philip Ladder, Gary Locke, Kathleen Paulus, Adam Sussman, Anthony Sage, Dr. Anthony Sage, Lee Whittinger, and that's it. What I want you to note here is that there are 3 active committees that they sit on. There's the Audit Committee, the Compensation Committee, and the Nominating and Corporate Governance Committee. The individuals who sit on each one of them there's actually, in those 3 committees, there's 1 chairperson and 2 members sitting in each one of those committees. Adam Aaron does not sit on any committees. Hawk Koch sits on no committees. Gary Locke sits on no committees. The only person to sit on all 3 committees is Lee Whittinger. He sits on all 3 committees and is a chairperson for the compensation. Meetings that were held in 2021 is 4. I believe all of these members attended the meetings. So each committee had 4 meetings, and the members attended each time. Kathleen Paulus, who happens to be an ex-employee of Ernst & Young, is the chairperson of the audit team. Anthony Sage is a member, and Whittinger is a member. Whittinger is the chairperson of the compensation committee, and Sussman is a member, and Philip Lader is a member, Adam Sussman. And let's see, Dr. Anthony Sage is the nominating and corporate governance chairperson, along with Lee Whittinger and Philip Lader. I would like to see more participation from Gary Locke and Hawk Koch. I do know that we'll kind of go into the background of some of the different board members and who they are and what they do with the company, or how they may be impactful or important for the company. But Hawk Koch is a director. I also found out recently, and some of the information is that when why am I not remembering their name? Wanda. When Wanda owned AMC, Howard Koch tried to get them to pay for him to direct a movie that was produced by AMC. Wait, produced? No. Wait, I always forget who pays for it. If the company pays for it, it's the producer and the what's the other one? Dang it, I can't think of what it's called. Producer, and you guys will put it in there for me. Anyways, you know what I'm talking about. So anyways, director, that's it, director. I couldn't think of the name. Howard Koch was going to direct the movie, and he wanted AMC to produce it, meaning that they were going to back the funding and everything. So, but Wanda didn't give him or agree to give him the money to do it, so it never got done. In the last meeting that we just had recently with Adam Aaron, he had mentioned that they were considering possibilities in doing their own productions. So whether or not he would be a part of that, I have no idea. So let's take a look at those individuals. There's this really cool website. Did I close it out? I bet I closed it out. Son of a gun. Son of a biscuit. Oh man. I think I closed out this website. By the way, YouTube's getting hits right now. It might go down. I don't know. Give me 1 second while I find this website real quick, and we'll take a look at these different individuals and their past history and how they could potentially be a good service to AMC and what they have to offer. 1 second while I find it. How did I close this? I have no idea how long ago I closed this page, and I had it just sitting up in my open tabs, and it's just not there now. That sucks. Usually I can find it pretty quickly, but I'm not finding it real fast right now. Is this one it? All right, well, I think maybe we'll just go off of this one. I'm not going to cover Adam Aaron. You guys either think he's doing a great job on the board of directors or you don't. That's just going to be on you guys. But the others I will cover. And we'll start with, and this is on AMC's own website. I'm just going to take this and use this one because it's much easier to find. But let's talk about Hakach. Hotkoch has served as a director of the company since October 2014, so he's been with the company for quite a while. Mr. Koch is a veteran movie producer and principal at the Koch Company, the former president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the president emeritus of the Producers Guild of America. Mr. Koch currently serves on the board of directors of the Motion Picture and Television Fund and the National Film Preservation Foundation. Mr. Koch previously served on the board of directors of AMPUS from 2004 to 2013 and the board of directors of the Producers Guild of America from 1999 to 2012. Mr. Koch has been intimately involved with making over 60 major motion pictures, among them such as films as Source Code, Fracture, Primal Fear, Marathon Man, Chinatown, Wayne's World, Peggy Sue Got Married, The Idolmaker, Heaven Can Wait, The Way We Were, and Rosemary's Baby. Mr. Koch continues to develop and produce movies. Mr. Koch has over 50 years of experience in the motion picture industry and provides our board with a unique insight into the production of movies that are exhibited on our screens. Um, you got to have an inside man into the world of movie making. So, if there's a producer that you'd want to have on your list, I think this guy is a pretty good guy to have. That's my opinion, but the facts are what I just read to you. I don't believe that we have anybody else on the board of directors who is quite as heavily into the world of making movies than Howard is. Miss Kathleen Paulus, who also is a chairperson for the finance committee, or the auditing committee, rather. Sorry. She is the chairperson for the auditing committee, and that's the only board that she sits on. Miss Kathleen Paulus has served as a director of the company since December 2014, so she was also a longtime board member of AMC and was brought on at the same time that Howard Koch. Ms. Paulus is a retired partner of Ernst & Young LLP, otherwise known as EY. She served as the Global Assurance Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer from 2012 to 2014. I also want to note that she actually had like a 30-year, I believe it was a 30-year extensive career with EY. So it wasn't just 2012 to 2014. Her background with EY was a very long one. EY's assurance practice is the largest of EY's four service lines and includes its audit practice, fraud investigation, and dispute services practice, climate change and sustainability service practice, and its financial accounting advisory services practice. Prior to this, from 2006 to 2012, Ms. Paulus served as EY's America's Chief Financial Officer, Global PBFA function leader, and U.S. firm Chief Financial Officer responsible for finance, IT operations, treasury, purchasing, and facilities. Ms. Paulus served as on EY's U.S. Executive Board from 2006 to 2012. Ms. Paulus earned her Bachelor of Science degree from Indiana University and is a certified public accountant. She is a CPA. Ms. Paulus brings to the board extensive financial accounting, operational, and management experience in various capacities with more than 30 years of experience. I love this. I love this breakdown. I read this and I go like, holy crap, that's somebody that I want. I want somebody who's got a long-term career in financing and looking at people's books on AMC's staff. What I don't like is the fact that we employ the service that she used to work for to come and look at our books. So I feel like there's a conflict of interest there. And again, this is just my opinion. I'm really not here to try and push my opinions on you guys, but um, I personally want to see something change between one of those two things. Either you're going to have a really good person on staff who understands accounting, like Miss Paulus, or you're going to have a company like EY doing your books. But the conflict of interest of having both those two people interacting together, I think, is kind of it's a little shady in my opinion. But just to note, she does have a background with the company we have checking our books. Checking out Anthony Sage. Um, and I'm going to just say straight up in advance, I don't see anything that he has to offer for this company. Not anymore. AMC is no longer in the business of trying to look to move into the Chinese market for movies. So I'm gonna read to you what it is. Mr. Anthony Sage, it's actually Doctor now. Dr. Anthony Sage has served as a director of the company since August 2012. So he's actually got a full good 10 years in on the company here, and 2 years more than Ms. Paulus and Mr. Koch. Mr. Sage currently serves, Dr. Sage currently serves as the director of the Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation and Daewoo Professor of International Affairs at Harvard University. Harvard University. Smart guy. In his capacity as Ash Center director, Dr. Sage also serves as the director of the Rahwali Foundation Institute for Asia and the faculty chair of the China Public Policy Program, the Asia Energy Leaders Program, and Leadership Transformation in Indonesia Program. Dr. Sage also serves as chairman of the board of trustees of the China Medical Board of International Bridges to Justice and the U.S. Secretary General of the China-United States Strategic Philanthropy. Mr. Sage sits on the executive committees of the John King Fairbank Center for Chinese Studies and the Asia Center, both at Harvard University, and serves as a Harvard representative of the Kennedy Memorial Trust. Mr. Sage, Dr. Sage, holds a bachelor's degree in politics and geography from the University of Newcastle, United Kingdom, a master's degree in politics with special reference to China from the School of Oriental and African Studies, London University, and has a PhD from the Faculty of the Letters, University of Leiden. I know I'm saying that wrong because you guys already corrected me once before, but the Netherlands. Dr. Sage has over 35 years of experience in international affairs and provides valuable international insights to the company. If you guys think that we need international exposure, if this is the time where we should be expanding into international type uh, um, industry markets, then maybe this is the guy for our board. I guess that's probably the easiest way to look at it. He does sit on 2 boards. He sits on the audit team, and he sits on the nominating and corporate governance, and he is the chair, which he is the chairperson of. To note, our board is missing 2 people. If he's on the nominating corporate and governance, why have we not backfilled 2 spots if he's the chairperson? I've got a little bit of a problem with that. The fact that we have 2 empty seats on our board of directors and neither of which have been filled. Neither. Why do we have 3 people meeting and not filling those positions? Time is money. So you guys can decide how you want to vote on that. That's just a simple breakdown on the three individuals besides Adam Aaron that you're voting for to extend onto the board of directors their time until 2025. Let's see here. Let me see what it is you guys are writing because I actually was going through that, not able to see what you guys are writing. Danny says I'm scared to even mention the big tramp because she'll just think I'm cheating with younger, overweight women. That's because we don't talk about the big tramp, Danny. What happens in the big tramp stays in the big tramp. You go tell her that. Hey, you're gonna get in trouble, buddy. There was me see here. Yeah, we'll talk about EY after after I get back from my next break. And I'll just kind of uncover the one major issue that I have with EY, and which can be found on page 25 of the proxy material. We'll talk about that in a few when I get back from break later. So speaking of which, let's take a look at our numbers because we're getting really close to the time here. Did I put most of you guys asleep? I feel like I might have put people to sleep with talking about that stuff. I know it doesn't excite me either, guys, but we gotta talk about it. We only have today and tomorrow left to vote. I've actually already voted. If I have something that is going to change my mind, I'll probably I'll make a change. What I want to stress to you guys is that the night before you go to bed tomorrow night, I want you guys to actually log into. I want you to log in and look and see if your votes are still the way that you set them up originally. And the only reason I state this is because I had a change that was done to mine maybe a couple days before when I got a phone call from DF King. And after I talked to him on the phone, my votes were changed and I did not ask them to do that. So I just want you to verify your votes before you go to bed tomorrow night, just to make sure it is what you wanted to vote occurred. Let me update. Let me update our numbers. Oops, I pulled over the wrong one. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. 55.54 and 12.6 were the numbers from an hour ago. It is now 55.83 and 12.48, giving us a total of. Ooh, did I hit? Oh, I hit. What in the world did I just do? 68.31, which is about 4.31% higher than our normal average. Normally 64% is normal. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was a return of 142,000 shares. Uh-oh, internet's slowing down. Currently, there is a borrow of 500. I can't talk. 53,000 shares. That's going to have a little bit of an impact on increasing estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.09%. Cost to borrow is currently reported at 19.36%, which is a little bit lower. Taking a look at the options, An hour ago at a $12 strike price, there was 11,000 contracts. There's now 13.3. On the puts, an hour ago at $11, there was 4,000 contracts. There's now 4.3. Definitely a 3-to-1 ratio now in volume, and still signaling for 11.5 closing price by the end of the day. AMC is currently 17th with a 70% buy to 30% sell ratio, which is really good. GME is not in the top 10. Trigger price for SSR is $10.33. Shares borrowed in the last hour, none. Total amount of shares borrowed so far for the day today, 550,000. 14.2 thousand contracts, or 14.2% is the fee for borrowing. 366,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 8.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 81.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 129.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Getting a breakout a little bit sooner than I would have suggested on this ascending parallel channel here. NASDAQ is up 0.15. Dow Jones is down 0.57. S&P 500 is down 0.41. We currently have 4,100 decliners to 2,919 advancers. The VIX is down 3.5 and at 32.83. IWM is down 0.7. Tesla is up 2.8. Amazon is up, down 0.71. Cinemark is down 0.48. Doge is up 2.18. Bitcoin is down 0.2. GME is up 5.41. HYMC is up 1.59. Hood is up 1.04. NCMI is up 1%, and AMC is up 2.48%. Currently at 1178. So far for the day today, we have $500,000 more in inflow than outflow. And we've traded 19.65 million shares for the day today with just a little less than 2 hours left to trade. We're on pace for 27.8 million shares traded for the day today. I'm pretty sure we're going to hit somewhere in between 20 and 40 million, which is what I suggested in pre-market. On the weekly, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.96, which is below average. On the daily, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.29, which is below average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.24, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, there's slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.08, which is just slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.54, which is average. And it's looking to me like they really are going to try and close this out just somewhere between $11 and $12 for the day today. Just kind of a steady kind of climb. Tammy says, Casey, you were right about checking on the votes. One of mine had been changed. I'm telling you guys, I saw some really strange stuff that occurred when I checked on mine last time. So please make sure you go and check on your votes. I don't really care how you guys voted. I care more about you getting what it is that you want for a vote to go through. So please, 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 please double check your votes. But I'll tell you what, Tammy, don't just check today, check tomorrow before you go to bed. At least check that one last time before you go to bed tomorrow. Please document this if possible. and please notify DF King. Well, no, I would notify that link at the top of the page that I have here. AMC at dfking.com. I know that's DF King that's going to be getting this, but somebody needs to be notified that your vote has changed. I don't want to give guidance, real rugged. That's not really what I'm here to do. I'll give you my opinions, but I really just feel like um, you've been a part of this play for as long as I have, or I don't know, maybe you've been a part of it less time than I have. It doesn't really matter. We've been in this forever. So, I think truly deep down inside what you want to see have happen with the company. You don't need to be told by anybody, or guidance as how to vote. Um, what feels right, I think, is probably uh, go with your gut instinct more than anything. Remtac, like I said, if you want to, you can go to the website. I can provide the website for the voting. Well, you should have gotten. Go to your. I don't know if I can provide you the website or not. You should have a link that was sent to you in your email from your brokerage, and you need to click on that link. If you don't want to do that, you can call that phone number that I have listed um, in the pinned up portion up top, and you can call them and you can place your vote over the phone. And there's a toll free and a collect number because whatever. I think they'll ask you for some personal information to verify who you are and then allow you to vote. But please, 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 please make sure you check your votes the night before. It's really important. You know what, Tammy? I take a screenshot. After what occurred to me the first time, I take a screenshot now of what it is that I do when I vote. So if you don't take a screenshot of your results of how you voted, then no. I, you do what you got to do, real rugged. Um, Vote. You've been a part of this, man. You know what's been happening. You've seen everything. You've been watching. You've been hearing what's been going on. Um, you know what's you're educated. You're very, very, very well educated as to what's going on in this play. Um, and so I think you're quite capable of making a decision on all three of these votes. I don't blame you, Tammy. I was pretty pissed off too. I was really pissed off. In fact, I don't remember where exactly I posted, but if I can find it, I'll show you what happened to me. I think I posted it. It would have been a year ago. Hmm. I don't know. All I know is that when I went, I found a post that I put in here where I said that all of my votes via mail that was sent to me. After I had the phone conversation where they called me, and I just wanted them to verify my votes. When I went back in to go check it, actually they sent me a letter in the mail and they said that all my votes were changed to yes votes, and I was like, that's not how I voted. So I was a little extremely pissed off. I was a little extremely because that's something. But I was very extremely pissed off that all my votes were changed into yes votes. So I understand. Dr. Zeno says, point of interest, the votes are advisory. This is for the compensation. That is correct. Real rugged. There's been some like kind of crazy stuff that occurred today. A little bit of um, borrowing on borrowing that we saw occur. But trying to, man, um, I'll tell you what, if you want the lowdown on every single day, I usually put in my rate when I start the show every single morning. I have like a commentary on some of the new stuff that's happening, and if you want to kind of see what's happened each day, I would go check that out. It's right after the intro every single morning. Um, but I don't write everything down. Otherwise, it would be amazing if I did. Yes, yes, Maggie. It does. It does mean that. It's still important for us to vote, though. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of an early break here, guys, about 5 minutes earlier than usual, so I can get back by 2. Ooh, you know what? I didn't want to go there, MG Toe, but you did. There is one younger gentleman on the board of directors, and I kind of tend to agree with you a little bit, and I hate age being a part of it because I was my mom's over 70, and we were looking to try and get my mom onto the board of directors, and um, the thing is that um, you got to be real careful with that kind of stuff. I'm just gonna state this. I one time was playing around with a puzzle thing that my kids had of all the faces of all the presidents, and it listed their age during their term, or how old they were when their term ended or something like that. I forget what it was. It was their age when they first entered into the president's office as president of the United States. And I went through and I sorted all the presidents out in 5-year age gaps, and stacked them up into piles so that I could see where all the presidents were in age wise. And some of the most prominent, influential faces were in the upper half of presidents. There were a few that stood out that were on the bottom side, but some of the more prominent, more well recognized presidents from past in our nation were presidents that were in the older half of the age group. So please don't associate age with um, ability to get things done. Wisdom comes from age. If you met me 20 years ago, you wouldn't be watching me right now. I was a much different person than I was 20 years ago. Age With age comes wisdom, and so don't sell age short. But I'm with you. I felt the same way when I saw the age of all the people that were on there and felt the same exact way. I was like, can't we get a little bit of younger blood on here? Not only with age comes wisdom, but also experience and contacts. The older you are, the more contacts you have in life, and it's just things are different. You know more people. You've been around the block. It's interesting. But I was the same way though, MG2. Not gonna lie. I thought the same exact thing. I was like, can't we get younger people on here? So, it is what it is. All right. I'm gonna head out, guys. I will see you at 2 o'clock. You're still gonna get the same music right now. I'm not changing it right now, but I'll try to get better music for tomorrow. More quote unquote upbeat music. So, see you guys in just a bit.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
In all the years that I've been alive, I think one of the most appreciative things that I've learned is that yin and yang. And what I mean by that is that there are just certain people that rub you the wrong way, but they also make life interesting. There are people who annoy the crap out of you, but without our world existing with those people, the world is not the same place. And I guess what I want to cheers to today is that our community is filled with people of all different kinds of backgrounds, experiences, personalities, and yet here we are together. So, to all the different types of apes that are out there and personalities of those apes, you make us complete. Cheers. You have to learn to understand that not everybody is the same as you. That's one of the best life lessons you can ever learn. Otherwise, you're just going to be angry in life all the time and not understand where other people are coming from. Taking a look at our numbers. What do we got going on here? Taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to see what it is you guys are writing here, so just hold your thoughts for a moment. Talk amongst yourselves. And let's see what we got going on. We'll do one last run through the day on the numbers, and then we can just sit back. I'm kind of feeling like today needs to be one of those days where I have people come onto the Discord, and we can just talk together. How do you have a cheers? How do you toast to different personalities and different people in this play without inviting everybody to come on and talk and be a part of history? So that's what I'm going to do after this is over, after I go through these numbers here, just because that's what I'm feeling like. It's random. you never know what you're gonna get out of Casey. Off exchange currently was an hour ago was at 55.83 and 12.48 in the EDGX. Let's run the numbers and see what they look like now. 56.17 and 12.29. If you guys want to go pile up in the back of the big tramp on the Discord, go right on ahead, and I'll meet you there here in just a few minutes. There's a party in the back of the big tramp. Let's add these numbers up here and see what that total comes out to. 68.46, that's 4.46% higher than what I would expect to be an average off-exchange volume traded day. Taking a look at some of our other numbers. An hour ago, we had on Ortex 53,000 shares having been borrowed. That's now 262. That's going to slightly raise the estimated current short share interest of the free flow back to the value we started at the beginning of the day today, to 20.1%. Cost to borrow back up to 20.16. And with the options, and I never looked at Duncan's stuff. Dang it. 2 breaks and I forgot. Sorry, Duncan, I just forgot again. At a $12 strike price, at $13.30, what am I saying? $13.30. With 13.3 thousand contracts an hour ago, there's now 15,000 contracts at a $12 call strike price. On the put strike price at an $11 strike, there's 4.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 4.6. Definitely a 3-to-1 volume difference with the market still kind of signaling $11 to $12 range on market close. AMC is currently in 16th. We're doing one or two spots better than we were an hour ago, and we have a 69% buy. 69, and 31% sells. GME is not on the list. Oh, no, they did. They made it top 30. They squeezed it in here with 54% buys to 46% sell ratio. Not looking too great on the buy-sell ratio. Not doing great on volume. SSR for the day-to-day would have been $10.33. SSR was triggered from yesterday and was on. Total amount of shares available to borrow currently at 1 million. They did not borrow any additional shares at the end of the day, although fees did rise from 13.6 to 14.2 and now 16.2, which means to me that they'll probably be borrowing in the aftermarket hours. Watch those numbers as they change. Total amount of shares borrowed according to Stonko Tracker for the day-to-day was 550,000 shares. 366,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 8.1 thousand contracts in the money. 81.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 129.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Checking NASDAQ, the NASDAQ is showing 0.29 down. Dow Jones is down 0.84 and the S&P 500 down 0.81. We currently have 4,311 decliners to 2,776 advancers. The VIX is down 4.14 and at 32.61. I'm waiting for that number to break past 35. IWM is down 0.1%. Not 0.1%, but 1%. Tesla is up 1.64. Amazon is down 1.6. Cinemark is down 0.68. Doge is up 1.41. Bitcoin is down 1.18 and almost down to 22K even. GME is at 6.57 up. HYMC up 1.19. Hood is down 0.83. NCMI is up 2.25. And AMC is up 2.13. Our inflow versus outflow is approximately a 200,000 share difference now. Maybe 300,000 share difference. I said share. $300,000 difference with more inflow than outflow. I keep messing that up. In pre-market, I suggested there would be between 20 and 40 million shares traded for the day-to-day. We're currently at 21.72 million shares. We have about 52 minutes left of trading. Which puts us on pace for about 25 million shares traded for the day-to-day, which is lower than what we had the previous 2 days by almost 10 million. Nope, never mind. I take that back. Last 2 days was 26.5 and 27.6. So we'll close a little bit lower, but not much. And let's see. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.82, which is below average. On the daily, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.81, which is slightly below average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.99, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.43, which is about average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.94, which is below average. Pull up our Bollinger Bands here. Had a pretty sharp decrease there for just a little bit. And you were gone yesterday, Jan, and I was kind of a little bit worried. I was wondering what was going on. I hadn't seen you around all day, and now I know why. Sorry you don't feel good. But Donkey Kong, Earth sucks. There's lots of sluts in Las Vegas. Oh my. Einstein saying the last time the 2-year Treasury bond looked like it does today, Lehman Brothers collapsed in '08. Liquidity is scarce and expensive. Absent a bailout, It's not looking good for shorts at all. I agree. I totally agree with you. Not at all. I just want to let you guys know that I went onto a space call while I was on break and just kind of threw it out there to some people that they should check their votes and also vote before the closing of the voting availability or period of time closes, which is tomorrow night. Check your votes before you go to bed. 2 other people also found that their votes. I had a DM from somebody privately, and then somebody else said that their votes had been changed as well. So this is now 3 people. 3 people so far that have said that they've had problems. Remtaco, you gotta find the email, man. You gotta find the email, or I linked the phone number up top to where you can call, collect, or regular or toll free. You can do it over the phone. You can do it through a link that should have been provided to you by your brokerage. If you go to your broker and open it up, they might have a message for you that's in your inbox that you don't know about. That's there, but yeah, go check that thing out, man. Yeah, it's gonna be somewhere. 3 people I've heard that from now, Jana, and I had mine changed last year. That's the only reason that I'm even mentioning it to people was because something happened with my vote last year. So I'm making sure that people know to check their votes the tomorrow night before you go to bed. Check your votes one last time. Because let me tell you, last time we voted last year, I was super paranoid. After I saw my vote get changed, I was like, wait a minute, something's not right here. Nana says, Nana, Nene, na 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 na. Nana says, mine was in spam from TD Ameritrade. For me, I just went to my email and I typed in under all mail, I typed in my brokerage, which was Fidelity. Then I went to Webull and I found the emails there that way easily. Casey, how long can utilization be at 100%? This can't go forever, right? That's correct. It cannot go forever. It is super, super costly. I promise you, it's hurting them. And you can see continuously the numbers are getting worse and worse and worse. Dr. Zeno, I'm not opposed to that. I like that, an idea of a Rem Taco t-shirt. I mean, I'm not going to sell it, but yeah, somebody should make it. Rem Taco. You could even put a REM in there. Ah, good. Rem Taco, I'm glad you found it. Oh, Space Ape. It's worse than that. Um, it's worse than that. I agree with what you're saying there, and there's some interesting numbers when you really start looking into what it is that's going on with Twitter. But I don't advertise other stocks, so holy moly. Duncan, I'm so glad that you talked me into going 11:45 instead of 11:50 because I'll tell you what, I think it's getting we're getting that 5 cents. Well, you actually said 11:40 instead of 11:45. But dang. All right, I'm gonna go to the back of the big tramp. Maybe you guys are already there. I don't know. It looks like we do have Duncan's there. Duncan, can you hear me? Hello?
Hear you loud and clear.
Man, I don't know if you heard me already, but I've forgotten twice on 2 different breaks to actually maybe even 3 breaks to go look at the messages you sent me. Don't hate me, man.
If you do work on your breaks, it's not breaks. God damn it. You need to relax.
Well, that's what I always keep telling myself, that I should relax, and sometimes I do. Other times it just I don't know. I feel like I lose focus if I break it up. So it's like I just kind of go from working of one type to another type of working. So I don't know, but I get what you're saying though. Super Jana Banana, how's it going?
Pretty good. I'm just being lazy.
Oh man, I can hear the stuffiness. Is it really bad?
Not today. Yesterday, though, it was like dripping in my face. It was terrible.
Uh, well, not COVID, so that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, totally.
Do you think in your profession, because I don't want to just shout it out so that everybody knows, but in your profession, do you think that people tend to get more sick? Is it like a school teacher?
Yeah, we get sick a lot and we're expected to work sick. So even yesterday, they were like, take your COVID test. Okay, you were expected to be at work. And then today, I just called the automation. So when I go back to work on Thursday, because I'm off tomorrow, I'll be in trouble.
Oh man, that's terrible.
Totally.
Hmm. Well, in case you guys didn't hear, definitely, and I know Janet, actually, I know you heard, but check your votes, guys. I really can't stress enough to verify.
Hello?
Yep, I hear you.
Oh,
I just stopped talking. I know it's rare.
okay. I'm not used to this, so it looked like everyone just kind of fell off, and then it was just Duncan's square that was there.
Oh, well, Hayden's in here now. Hayden, how's it?
Casey, am I showing up now?
You are. I see you.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Oh,
I see it too.
Are you doing the podcast? Excuse me, are you doing the channel right now also?
I am. Is that if that's okay with you?
I don't know how you can listen to us in one ear and do the other ear.
Well, it's actually I hear you the same way that everybody else hears you. It just goes through software, and the software takes care of all the where the information comes from. So it's just more or less like we're just having a conversation.
Yeah, it's funny. I woke up this morning with a non-COVID cough too, and you hate to even go to work because you never know everyone's wearing a mask at my work also.
Mm.
And then you walk by them and they think you have the plague.
That's so true. When you're sick, it's just so embarrassing now.
It is.
Yeah, I'm in Dallas right now, and I was in the van with a slight cough, and you could just tell the people that weren't with my organization were like, "Oh my God, he's probably got it."
The worst thing is like sneezing in public now. I've never felt more embarrassed to sneeze in public than ever. And I have these like really
Yeah.
violent sneezes. Have you ever heard those people that just sounds like they like busted an eardrum sneezing? That's me. There's no hiding it.
Yeah, that was me yesterday, and I would be like sneezing and then trying to catch everything in a Kleenex and just being so loud. It was terrible.
Yeah, I was laughing. I've had the COVID booster or whatever it was, the Johnson Johnson, and I've been fine since I guess a year and a half now. And yet the person I'm flying with has had 3 boosters and has had COVID twice.
Oh my gosh.
It's like the more shots you take, the more times you get it.
Space Ape says, "I'm not voting. Is that wrong?" It's entirely up to you, Space Ape. You don't have to vote if you don't want to. It's entirely up to you. It is your investment. It's your money. It's your choice.
I was pretty satisfied when I did the vote, and I've got to go check it also, that they actually had to the number the shares that I thought I have.
Mm. Yeah, that is satisfying when you see that. And you're like, "Yep, that's a good looking number I got there."
Or is Fidelity really telling the truth?
Yeah, right. I did have something happen weird though, because I have two different Fidelity accounts, and they only sent me one email that I saw. And so I clicked on the link and then I voted my shares, and it was only partial. I knew it was a partial amount of my shares, but I didn't know it was only one of the accounts. And so um, I clicked out of it, and then I clicked that same link that I had clicked the first time, and it took me back in and put me in through the other proxy. So both of the proxies were somehow linked. I didn't have to select one account or the other. It just knew that I'd already voted on one and took me to the other proxy and let me vote on the other half of the shares. So I just simply had to verify that the shares were totaled correctly.
While we're here, I'm going to log on with my company computer to see what's going on at Fidelity.
Dr. Zeno wants to know, is that Hanzo speaking? It was Hanzo speak. She's on here.
Yeah, my voice is a little bit sick sounding.
Nah, not at all.
Thank you.
The Big Tramp says, if you don't vote, are those votes counted? Yes or no? There are certain things that your brokerage is allowed to vote on, and vote for you. If you choose not to vote, there are other things that they are not allowed to vote on. I don't remember which ones are which for this particular vote. I'd have to go through the proxy and take a look and see, but I think that most of the items that are listed are items that they can vote for. Yes, Super Jana Banana is Hanzo. Jabib says, Jana, that you sound so good that you should be at work today.
Yeah, that's what they would think. I'm a mess.
Dr. Zeno says, for a long time I thought Hanzo was a guy. You never know what you're gonna get.
That was a lot. Yeah, that was a lot of time. A lot of times, but it was funny because it's my son always takes this email for his PlayStation, and he like has people watching him, and then I'll switch it back to my face because it's my email. I get all my emails here, and he's made me like 3 other emails just to change, but I'm like, it's too hard. Forget it.
Yeah. They're also calling you a ninja. I don't know why.
I don't know. I'm pretty mellow. I'm pretty harmless for sure.
Why are you stealthy?
Not really. I'm pretty obnoxious and I'm klutzy. I would say I'm not stealthy. Whatever the opposite is, that's me.
Buck says, I guess you all think I'm a dude. I'm not gonna lie, Buck. I think I thought you were a dude. If you're not, I don't know. But you know, the one thing that I found with the internet is you try never to make assumptions about who the person is, just because there oftentimes you can be very wrong.
Hey Casey, I'm logged on to I finally found the email from Fidelity, and it still says vote now. So if you go on to the vote now, that should tell you where your votes are at, correct?
Yes, if you click that vote now, it'll tell you you've already voted, and it should give you the results. Man, I ain't gonna lie, Duncan, my heart was beating a little bit here with the idea that we were gonna drop below 11:45. If we close at 11:41, I think you're gonna win. You're gonna win a couple beers for that, just for being right.
Just for calling that one out.
Yeah, I mean that was.
I was actually, Casey, thinking that with the lack of action today, we could use a little joke or something to lift the spirit, and I got one.
Okay, let's hear it.
We're gonna start out with saying it's not safe for work.
Okay, wait.
But it's a tale. It's a tale of youth and wisdom.
Wait. Let me ask you a question real quick first. Have you found in the past that your jokes go over well when they cross
Translates.
when they translate?
Well, this one I actually told to an Afghan, and he got it. So
okay,
having it translated into Pashto, and actually having him get it and thinking it was a good one, that I think it would translate. Yeah.
Okay, I won't give you a sympathy laugh then.
That's good.
Okay.
Well, it starts off with these two bulls standing in a field. So a young bull and this really old bull. They look across the field. On the other side of the fence, they see 4 cows. And the young bull goes,
Oh God!
"You know what we should do? We should run over there. We should fuck one of them." And the bull
Knew it was
goes,
coming.
Are you crazy? No. We'll walk over there and we'll fuck all of them. A tale of youth and wisdom.
I knew that was coming.
Oh, that's even worse.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry.
If any of the kids are too late.
Too late. Oh no, I know where this is going.
Too late.
Space Ape's over here. He's still joking. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Oh my God, I missed it. My boyfriend called right when he was talking about 2 cows. I wanted to die.
You have to rewind the stream then.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's historical
As it went
now.
off.
It's historical now. It's in the historical documents.
I'll do it.
Historical documents by Duncan. All right, so let's see who all I've got on here right now. All right, just the 4 of you, or the 4 of us, I should say. So out of the 3 of you who are here, who has seen Top Gun?
Yes.
Me.
Okay, so 2 out of the 4. Okay.
Only the original one.
Okay, so just 2 out of the 4. How many of you have seen the Harry Potter movie? The new the Dumbledore Secrets of Dumbledore, whatever that's called. Okay, just me. All right.
I think I have. I can't remember.
That'd be a no.
How about who has seen Doctor Strange?
No.
Oh, none of us have seen Doctor Strange.
Nope.
I've seen it. I love it.
My son wouldn't let me go with the kids. He said I had to stay home.
Wait. Say that again?
My son, I dropped him off. They wouldn't let me watch the movie with him.
Are you kidding me? I'd have said like, well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be watching anyways.
I made them pay for their own popcorn. They didn't get to use my AMC rewards.
That's great.
Twice. I went and then I took my kids because I really loved it.
Okay, so 1 out of 4 of us have seen that. And then how many people have seen the Jurassic Park?
Me.
My son and his friends wouldn't let me go again. They went last night.
All right, Hayden, this is unacceptable.
They're 14 years old.
This is unacceptable.
Yep, they're 14.
You need to put him. Is he there? You need to put him online. I'm gonna have a talk with him.
No. No, I'm in Dallas. I'm on the road.
That's not fair, man. They gotta let you go see the movies with them.
They only let me go see Top Gun because I told them if they didn't, I was going to run around in my flight jacket and embarrass them.
Oh, there you go. That's a good one. From Marvel, you should have said your underoos. Whatever happened to underoos? How did those ever become unpopular? I don't remember my kids ever having underoos.
My son had them.
Now they have like those blanket sleepers of everything, so you could be anything all the time.
Hmm. Those are the big movies that are out right now. Who plans on going and seeing Buzz Lightyear? Oh, by the way, Adam Aaron tweeted that he's going to be flying around the U.S. It seems like. Well, I would assume he's flying. I don't think he's driving, but let's see here. He said, "Oh, Dallas. I think Dallas was one of the ones." Hold on a second here. Um, yep. No, wait. Nope. Not yes, Dallas. Starting in Kansas City and Dallas, and soon in Denver, Chicago, Miami, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and others. Watch Twitter for info. Come join me, is what he said. It sounds to me like Adam Aaron is planning on attending a movie in those cities if you're there. Kansas City, Dallas, Denver, Chicago, Miami, Philadelphia, and San Francisco.
Which movie?
He doesn't say, although he just posted 11 hours ago. He posted 7 p.m. in Kansas City. The Lightyear 3D screening hosted by Adam Aaron, Chairman and CEO Adam Aaron. So it sounds like he's offering for people. It was actually retweeted 396 times. Maybe the next one's going to be. Oh, here it is right here. On its opening night in Dallas next Friday, June 24th at 7 p.m. at AMC North Park 15. Don't miss him. Elvis the man, the legend, the king of rock and roll. So apparently he's going to go see Elvis.
I do want to see that one.
There you go.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
AMC North Park 15 at 7 p.m.
Oh yeah.
Nice. I'll try to hit him in San Francisco.
Yeah, he hasn't listed anywhere in San Francisco yet.
What about Florida?
Yeah, I don't think he listed any states or any cities in Florida. Unfortunately. I mean, I'm in Texas, but Dallas is still quite a bit of a drive for me, so I'm gonna have to pass. Denver, Chicago, Miami. Oh, Miami. He's got Miami. He hasn't listed anything for Miami yet, so be on the lookout for a post.
No way. That's too far for me too. I'm in Fort Myers.
It only takes a long time to drive north and south in Florida, but east and west, you can go anywhere. Is this Doug? It is.
Yes.
How's it going, Doug?
It's good. Glad you didn't try that time.
I missed it. What did you say?
I'm glad you didn't butcher my name that time.
Oh, well, I didn't have a chance to say Milo. I apologize, everybody. Everybody who I've ever mispronounced their names, I apologize. Take it as a rite of passage. You haven't really fully lived until you've been until your name's been mispronunciated by me. Doug's had the ability to. Doug's even got his own announced name. Doug.
I remember the show where you were saying you like the name Doug.
Dougie Fresh.
Dougie Fresh. Oh, wait a minute. I'm on the 5-minute interval here. There we go.
Let's see if Monty's correct again.
Who?
Monty.
What about Monty? Is he in here? Did he make it in?
No, I was just going to be correct again when it closes.
Oh. Space Ape said he thinks Adam Aaron's from Philly, but he obviously lives in Kansas City.
Does it seem like you could wake up one morning and AMC is just going to be really high this week or next week?
Nana's
That
like,
would be so great.
yeah, it would be nice. It's always a possibility. Just when you wake up, first thing I always do is just look straight to volume. And if you know if volume's through the roof, then you know that something's going to be happening. I don't even look at price anymore. When I first wake up, actually within the last 48 hours, the only thing I've been looking at is first thing when I wake up is Bitcoin. And then I transfer over to AMC's ticker and immediately look at volume. But yeah, there's been a lot of money pulled out, over $1 trillion in cryptocurrencies in the last 48 hours. So there's going to be there's something happening.
Yeah, I was listening to a TMI talk about, was it Celsius?
Mm-hmm.
And that just sounded crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no transferring, no nothing, no selling, no buying.
I thought the whole idea with crypto was you had so much control.
Right. And that's what makes no
So
sense to
much
me.
that.
It's a completely, well, it's supposed to be an unregulated currency, right? And yet it sounds to me like it's pretty regulated.
Yeah.
Crypto scares me. It's just like I feel like our wallets can get hacked and they could turn it off and on, and I really will miss cash and coins. I know that.
I don't see how it could go away.
Well,
but
we
I also
thought
remember
the VCRs weren't going to go away either. Cassette tapes, 8-track tapes, records, but they all did. And now we're in the digital era.
And I caveat that with, I can remember, what was his name? Malden, the guy that played a detective in the old 70s TVs. American Express checks, don't go anywhere without them.
Oh, that seems ancient.
The dude with the big nose, the big Scotch nose.
Yeah, I remember that.
Carl Malden, but he was always a detective.
I feel like I always got him mixed up with like the airplane guy.
Oh, the comedian that was.
Yeah.
Yes. Dang it! This internet thing, it's so hard to use.
Sometimes it's just more fun to just guess.
Yeah. In fact, I want to say Malden was like, it was like a San Francisco cop show, like Streets of San Francisco or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, they would tear off an American Express check. These credit cards, never work. It won't happen.
Mm-hmm. There was Remtac just said Pinocchio. I don't know if you guys know that there's a Pinocchio movie that's coming out. And I was joking with Adam last night about the name of the. For some reason, one way or another, we got on to talking about Pinocchio. We were joking about how like they're gonna change it to Pinocchio. It was never called Pinocchio. It was Pinocchio.
I love it.
And so we're all gonna learn Pinocchio's real name, which is Pinocchio, or whatever you want to call it. And so we were just kind of joking around about that last night. So, but that is another movie that's coming out. I think there's a Pinocchio movie.
Well, I'm glad y'all can joke around about it. Do you know what that means in Spanish?
I actually don't. You want to tell us?
I really can't, not while you're on live.
Can you spell it?
Strike two on your channel, man. You can't do that. Don't do it. We'll be down to one.
You do know half the channel is going to Google that right now.
Yes. Well, I'll just go ahead and say the whole word, and then we'll see. But it's in Spanish. and then you just translate it on your phones. How about that?
Remtac is saying that's what it means. Did I just
Grande Pinocchio.
did I really just make something up and it was actually real?
You're not gonna laugh about it when you really know what it is.
This will make me 2 for 2. I got Hakach's name right, and I got Pinocchio.
Oh,
Man.
Just Google it. Grande means big.
Okay.
And then that's a keyword, and then the next one is Pinocchio. Well, yeah.
Oh man.
I have to tell my Discord about this one, Casey.
It's free comedy, man. Life is comedy.
Well, you know what a cat is, don't you?
Yes, sir. I got you. It makes Pinocchio so much more entertaining to think of that as the name.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh goodness.
It's a
feels like a Friday.
It's a REM taco. Well, normally I was saving doing this Discord stuff for like Wednesdays or Fridays or something like that. But I don't know. Today was just I just had one of those moments where it was like I need to hear other people's voices. So it's healing.
Yeah.
If that means anything, I don't know if it does or not, but it means something to me.
Oops, I can't do that. Sorry, Casey. I had the channel up and didn't realize I'd be one of those guys from AM radio. Can't do that.
AM radio? I'm lost.
Yeah, where there's somebody on the radio and they want to hear their own voice.
Oh, yeah.
So I've got to turn the voice off somewhere. I want to see what everyone's remarks.
Yeah, just turn your volume down. Hey, Monty, how's it going, man?
Good, Casey. How's it going?
Not bad. Congratulations on last week. I know I've already congratulated like 5 times already, but congratulations on last week because this is the first time I had a chance to say it to you in person.
Appreciate it.
That was a good win.
Monte.
Just barcoding as usual, you know.
Monty into the Citadel server. He's getting that microsecond pricing.
Right.
Yeah, I'm actually a hedge fund manager.
Was that within 8 cents? My God, that's almost max pain for those guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Casey
works for Citadel.
Yes, sir.
So Casey, do you think on 3/4 or 1 point interest raise tomorrow?
It'll be 3/4.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of hearing is 3/4. We already had 50, right? So do we have 250s? Am I correct in thinking that we had 250s so far?
No, we had 25. Then the next one was 50.
Okay, so that's 75. I'm gonna go with 75. I think it'll be 75.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
I'm going with 0.75 or 1 point.
Let's go with one and then burn the market.
I mean, have you seen Bitcoin?
75 is. Oh yeah.
So you think we might have a rally then? Because I think a lot of people are thinking that if it goes to 0.75 or 1, we're going to have a huge crash, you know. But I'm thinking the opposite might happen. I think once they raise it tomorrow, I think the markets could rally.
Yeah, I actually think that they could rally as well.
Possibly, but not AMC. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah.
I think we're actually along for the ride with the market right now. I mean, we really are trending with the market pretty well. I mean, if you look at SPY today, SPY's down 0.32. Um,
Yeah, but SPY also made a rally,
yeah.
like in the last half hour or so.
Look at Redbox. I'm in the green. I can't believe it.
Let's see, what do we got here for Redbox? Let's see.
It's sitting at 10:02.
Yeah. Whew. It was, but see, the 34% that it's down, the 34.5% that it's down right now is not from it's not from the movement from today. It was from the movement overnight because
Yes.
it opened at 11:15, so it's only really down $1 today.
Well, I made like $300 on it yesterday, swing trading it, because I sold it when it went to 18 something.
That's not bad. So an extra $300 to play with.
Oh yes, I stuck it right in AMC.
Perfect.
But Donkey Kong's asking if Redbox is at a good line of support there. I don't really typically look at that kind of stuff, as you know. I'll just kind of pull back on it just a tad bit here to kind of take a look at on where it's at in comparison to the historical trends. On a daily, the pullback into this range here, I see a really good support line at around 850. So it may actually have some more room to move down.
Yes.
But
look at the failure to delivers, Casey, when you get a chance.
Hold on a second. Yep.
This is going to blow your mind.
They're definitely elevated. And they're on the threshold list as well.
Yes, 13 days they have to cover. 13 days, and they got 2.5 million.
Mm-hmm. Security lending volume. It's only one institution.
Yes, sir.
Security lending volume is spiked.
I'm about to swing trade Redbox.
That's what I've been doing. Yesterday, I bought it at 4 a.m, and I bought it for, I think it was $14 and some change. And I went ahead and sold it for like 18 and some change, and I made 300 on it. And I'm going to do it again today, aftermarket. I'm sure it's going to go down to 8 something. Tinfoil hat. Sorry about that.
We're on a little bit of a run here. We got about 10 minutes left in the trading day here before market close.
So did everyone agree that it was going to be at 0.75 for the press?
I think
for the inflation.
I think some people were saying 1.
I was
I
saying
think
1.
0.75.
So if let's just say it goes to 7.5, even say if it goes to 1, what does that do anything more for them? I mean, I just don't see how this is going to help us. It seems like just another way. They're just going to kick the can anyway. It doesn't really matter if it went up to 2.0.
It makes it more costly to borrow. Interest rates, when they go up, are going to go up across the board, and so when they raise those interest rates, that's going to be seen in borrowing as well. In fact, if you remember correctly, some of the biggest jumps that we've started seeing to have happen in cost to borrow has been when interest rates have started going up. So if they raise the rates yet again, we may see another jack up on rates for cost to borrow. Which
wouldn't that also do something with the? I mean, the inflation rate's going to go up also,
Yes.
and Evergrande is supposed to be off the books 2 days.
something like that.
And with Credit Suisse, $2 billion in the tank. Bank of America with the Evergrande. It's like all of us see these 10 to 15 catalysts, and we're all sitting here today, 2 weeks today, 2 weeks tomorrow. It's
2 weeks.
Oh, and by the way, I can't remember who I was listening to last night, and it was, I swear, 2 weeks came up 4 or 5 times, and I was wondering if that was an homage to the channel. I was laughing so hard, and it wasn't TMI, it wasn't Froggy, but 2 weeks came up. It had to be Boss. I think it was Boss. And I was just laughing that 2 weeks came up more than once, and it just didn't seem coincidental. For a show that has, as I'm multi watching here, saying 2.18 thousand subscribers, it is funny how our inside jokes have permeated large channels.
Yes. Yes.
You better believe it.
I
was waiting for a Melvin Capital homage to come out too.
You know, there's in humor there's a really powerful tool in politics. In politics, there's actually rumors that are created in Washington D.C. through humor. People will start really crazy rumors that sound really stupid funny, but the thing is that it's actually really to attempt to try and get people to be manipulated by what it is that's being said and into thinking a certain way. If you can generate enough interest in people to think a certain way, regardless of whether it's true or not, it can affect how people do things. And it was actually a book that when my dad was before he had, a long time ago, before he passed away, he had talked about writing this book called the Rumor Cookie, and it had to do with a Chinese restaurant based in Washington D.C. where they would put rumors as your fortune cookie, and you would open up your fortune cookie, and the rumor would be something really kind of crazy, like the president sleeping with one of his staff members, or and her name's, or it wouldn't give a name, but it would say like, and she wears a blue dress or something, or something along those kind of lines. And the thing is that nobody would actually know if the rumors were true or if they were false, but it didn't matter because it still influenced people's thought processes, because they were conditioned into, trigger on certain ideas, and so that kind of comes from, the idea of the whole 2 weeks thing is, it's kind of one of those things where it's like it doesn't really matter anymore if you keep making it. Well, you guys know the story, so 2 weeks.
That's where it came from. They were referencing the movie that it came from.
Yeah, which were they referencing the right movie?
What movie was that?
The 2 weeks movie.
Well, there's two. There's the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger where he's on Mars, Total Recall, and then Money Pit.
Total Recall.
Yeah, it comes from two different movies. There's Total Recall and Money Pit.
It had to be Money Pit because it wasn't Total Recall.
Yeah, Money Pit's the one that I was referencing when I said it originally.
You know what I keep realizing? When you say Total Recall, what comes into mind?
What's that?
Elon Musk on Mars.
That's a bit of a run.
Nana says, was Clinton in office? So it was just a story. It was not anything that was real, Nana. It was an idea for a story. My dad worked in politics in Washington D.C. during the Reagan administration in some very high level positions, and the true story behind his idea for the book was actually their department, the Secretary of the Navy department, wanted to get somebody elected into a certain position for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And in order to do so, they created a false rumor that they started spreading about somebody being put into the position. And because they started spreading that rumor, it got into people's heads that the person was the right person for the job before the person was even thought of. And so they basically were able to get somebody into the position that they wanted in there just by starting a rumor. Hence the idea for the rumor cookie.
They were being vetted through food.
Yeah.
Wow. Although I must say, all kidding aside, with the market tanking the way it has, KC, I do believe that AMC has been holding its own.
I think so too.
Record for reverse repo today.
We barely heard you there. What'd you say?
Another record for reverse repo today.
It sure was. Yep. I don't remember.
3 trillion, I'm telling you.
Yeah, and then Caitlin just put in here, reverse repo rate most likely will change maybe to 1.3%. 3 trillion in sites. Yeah, no joke.
So I think the new poll should be KC is 3 trillion or 300 days full 100% utilization.
or maybe even just 100. Maybe we don't even have to go to 300. Maybe just 100. I mean, that's only, we still have 12 more days before we hit 100.
Yeah, and what is that meaning?
2 weeks.
And with that, guys, with that, I actually have to end the day here. We're at the time of the day where I have to actually end things. So I'm going to back out of the back of the big tramp. I'll come back in at the very end after I end the show and talk with you guys just a little bit more before the end of the day. But I'm going to end everything here. So thanks for coming back into the back of the big tramp and hanging out with me. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. I'll see you guys in just a bit. So, as you all know, it is that time of the day, and unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. It's hump day! I've always kind of wanted to do that a little bit. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets, but above all else, don't just have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and in.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields of bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, yeah. Politicians hide themselves away. They only started the war. Why should they go out to fight? They leave peril to the poor. Yeah. Time will tell them they have power minds, making war just for fun, treating people just like pawns in chess. Wait until that judgment day comes. Yeah. Hey. 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 Now in darkness, world stops turning as you hear the bodies burning. No more war pigs have the power, and as God has struck the